let you go. Can't let you go. Cause I can't see you anywhere. Cause I don't wanna know where I should go. No, I don't wanna let you down. You just wanna know how far I will go. Cause you know I will stay around. So let me know where to go. So let me know where to go. I wanna find you.
This is the moment that we have all been waiting for. It's the PUBG C Series Grand Finals, very final day in day 3. And of course, my name is Aaron Contra Chen. Alongside with me is going to be the one and only Brian Husky. And so far, of course, phenomenal 12 rounds have passed. And now down to the last 6. All thanks to PUBG Corporations for having such a grand event for us to be casting from a humble abodes as well. And of course, a big thanks to Geek Vents, K&K Revolution, as well as Cost Effect for making this happen. So, Husky, I'm pretty sure that you are really stoked for this as well. So, tell me how you're feeling.
I'm feeling absolutely excited. I'm feeling great. A little bit of bittersweet that we reached this point. It feels sad for that. No, by the end of the day, we will crown our champion, but it will also be the end of the C series. But all good things come to an end, and all tournaments will eventually have a winner. We've seen exceptional rounds. I believe a total of 30 rounds if you include the group stage up to this point, and I cannot express how exciting it has been to see all of these teams perform. Of course, we do have the top dogs, who are still the reigning leaders in the leaderboard, but we also have those underdogs who are trying to still write the Cinderella story. But let's take a look into today's schedule. It is 14th of June, the third and final day, where we see which team can walk away with that championship title and the 10,000 US dollars. 3 maps on Erangel and 3 rounds on Miramar, and we will find out who is going to be our eventual overlords.
That's right, and of course, I'm definitely looking pretty happy for some of these teams that are already in the pole position. We've got names like DK Esports, Archangel Predator, Bahamut Gaming, even 24K Gaming, who yesterday we not only celebrated Bio62's birthday, he managed to help his team clinch the second chicken dinner in a day's worth of work, and of course we are about to see even more action go down in the fields of both Angle as well as Miramar. If you guys have missed out, of course, later on we'll be bringing you the lowdown of how all these points and calculations have worked out for every single one of these teams. And not only is there the cash prizes and the, of course, bragging rights and all of that, there's also the chance for them to represent their home country in the later stages of the PUBG competitive scene. And that's going to be a step above to be competing with the rest of the international teams out there. So I definitely wonder how exactly would they fare against the rest, as we've already seen so many great talents across. And I'm definitely looking at so many of all these guys who can really do some 1v4 frags and all sorts in those particular games.
Yeah, when we have the PCS one coming up after this, so the champion not only walks away with the glory and honor, but they also get to represent our region as well on the world stage. But before we dive into more of day number 3, we do want to give you guys a recap of the stats that we have collected from day 2 of yesterday of the grand finals, which our production will throw on the screen for a while. But let's do a little bit of trip down memory lane. Yesterday we talked about birthday of Bio62, birthday of Shinryu, but we also saw Malaysia stepping up yesterday as well. We had 4 chicken dinners, across 3 unique teams. 24K Gaming, Go Army Factory, and the Yakuzas. They all respectively got themselves a chicken dinner yesterday. And we also saw a lot of funny moments. We had a lot of trivia as well. This is the leaderboard so far. Bahamut Gaming, DK Esports, 24K Gaming, and Archangel Predator are in close contention for that first place. The Yakuza, Carbon Gaming, Champ, FTW Philippine are the next four in a next cluster of 4. So these top 8, they are actually pretty close to each other, but the lead between FTW Philippine to Bahamut Gaming is a tough mountain to climb. But on the other side of the leaderboard, we also have Ronin PUBG, who we talk about being consistent in the group stage, but now they are just in the middle of the pack alongside CGM Wolf and Next Wave Predator. Go Army Factory, they got their first chicken dinner yesterday, but that's kind of about it. Alongside, FFG KXS and Ophion Gaming, another team that we just have not seen them perform throughout these 12 rounds. With the boys and Bosco Esports, they are still at the bottom of the barrel.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that in the middle of pack we might just actually see some surprises or a resurgence of momentum that they can actually get throughout these rounds. But of course, heavy favorites right now, Bahamut Gaming, DK Esports are 1 point apart, as well as Archangel Predator, which had the really rough day number 2. Like they got themselves into position, but they didn't seem to see that high volume of frags that they did saw back in day number 1, but they still did pretty decently. And as for 24K Gaming, of course, the hype train has been set. The rails are definitely in, but of course, they are in for that crash course coming into it. These next 6 rounds. So any one of these names right now on your screens can be the champions of the PUBG C series. But as for some of these teams here, although their chances are maybe slimmed by a certain margin, from like maybe the 13th place onwards towards the bottom. But hey, they can still try their best. Like it's not to be ashamed of, because to make it into the top 16 itself was a huge challenge for many other teams that have tried their luck to get in towards this position, but they could not even get it there. So they should actually give themselves that pat on the back, and just try to do a whole lot more, and maybe they might just be able to actually take down and upset some of the top dogs of the tournament thus far.
Yeah, and I think we also saw like individual breakout performances yesterday, right? Like for example, Archangel Predator, they definitely have to give it to CJ18. He has been following the damn train, like what production said. Uh, what the one-man army for Archangel Predator, but for Batman Gaming you have Mr. Chan. For the Yakuza you have Brillet and Old Man. For FFG you have Aoki. For DK you have I think Georgie and Limitless. So all these individual superstars have already made their mark, but you also need to give credit. We also need to acknowledge the fact that some teams they might not have those individuals stardom, but they do have the team effort. Carbon Gaming is one of those good examples where even though the rest of the day of yesterday they didn't have a consistent amazing performance, but they had those above average in terms of their results. And day one they also got that one chicken dinner as well. So overall, this is a dynamic that is going to set each of these teams apart. But I think so.
Yeah, so far I think things have been doing pretty great for the likes of many, and we are definitely going to be moving in towards game number one really, really soon, as we are currently having a little bit more of that time for us to really figure out, how are the dynamics going to work for game number one of today, because usually all the teams use this as like a warm-up round before the rest, but I assure you, there's no more time for warm-ups, because this 6 matches is the most crucial match of their lives right now before they get themselves in for the very final one, for sure.
Yep. And I think for to this evening is mostly about how the teams that unfortunately won't have that much of a chance to get first place, how they would mess up the standings. But we do see all these highlights on screen right now, and you just have to just marvel at this moment and how all these players have been playing out these very tense situations.
Yeah, we saw quite a lot of pickups right across Mirama in between those rotations, and CGM Wolf was actually having a really good time to actually go in for those awesome sprays. But FTW definitely caused a shocker right here when they actually find the hits of WB.
Yep, and I think there's also like for example this moment I believe from day number one where Bamut Gaming, they were just on a roll. You see Archangel Predator also got a lot of those highlights where this is also one of those few moments you see the top dogs actually duke it out with each other. There's a Molotov in the shack on Miramar, product of what we always say that Go Army Factory trapping themselves in the building as well. But overall, it's just all these individuals being able to get those really aggressive maneuvers, get those solo kills, pet their KDA a bit. You hardly see too much coordination, but when you do, it's actually really satisfying to just watch. As this example is pretty much going to justify that from FFG.
That's right. Of course, personally, we saw Guami Factory sum up the first chicken dinner from Malaysia, but Ophion Gaming, this is the moment where the Great Addy just popped off out of nowhere and got themselves about 3-pointer on their side. And Zayahai, I really got to mention about Zayahai, because he is that glue for champs to still be able to hold on so strongly, usually making it into the top 5. And look at this once again, Zayahai just gets himself into such a great position, but Rudy, like the moment that CGM Wolf side he went in towards that corner of the tree, and he just hopped out and get that kill. But FFG, yet again, they managed to put the final nail in the coffin.
Yeah, and I think one of the tradition that we had so far is the accidents that we've seen. I think a lot of people will be getting a lot of tickets from the police, but you can just identify how some of these players who have not gotten too much of that spotlight improve and grow over the course of this tournament. We are seeing more and more accurate shots. We are seeing more and more these daring maneuvers, especially in the usage of frags and Molotov.
Oh,
This
this is
is one of the
Nestle Paul.
highlights from yesterday as well, between both Ruler and Killer. The tense moment, the decision making, and Ruler almost won out if not for that Molotov from Killer.
Yeah, like I just love how all these pro players actually use the utilities to perfection. And even all these DMRs are aligned also perfectly, as we see Nebu here popping off that Mini 14. And that tracing was so beautiful from that corner of the distance, as we see NXP actually struggling to actually make their way in. Speaking of next play, though, I really do hope I see a lot more of a better performance from them today.
Yeah, I think for next play, yesterday they had this one round where immediately after the drop, immediately filling up their arsenal, they came out swinging. They were getting a couple of frags, but suddenly their gas just burnt out completely. So that was pretty weird. But this is also one of the moments where we thought Ronin PUBG had this in the bag, onto Go Army Factory, but they got wiped out in the end. So you kind of see that Ronin PUBG, they are somewhat struggling. The composure is not there compared to the group stage performance.
That's right, and Arcane further, this was a key moment for Mad Dog, where he outlasted so many other players out there. We thought Bahamut could have had him in their hands, but it's going to be 24k to start off that hot streak. That was their very first chicken dinner, and later on, towards the Erangel bouts, we saw Tampier, of course, going in for some pretty easy pickoff against Bosco, where the Sayudi is just cracking all those nades and slowly flushes out the rest of FFG.
Yeah, this is also a moment where I think we all saw this coming, but we also had this one highlight. I'm not sure if production did put it there, but I'm hoping that we get to see it between Yakuza and Go Army Factory. I think that last round was also a really good treat, right? Like, for example, this shot by Alina was just pixel perfect on the head, but our leader Predator as well, Mad Dog, able to survive until the very end, and he even got this ambush onto Bama Gaming because Bama Gaming got distracted. Haha Goose as well, one of the members that off of that day one performance that they kind of let it slide. He was still able to keep his composure on day 2, and I think that itself speaks a lot of volumes.
Yes, indeed, and I definitely would see a lot more of all these players here playing a little bit more carefully today, because they cannot let small little here to deteriorate their chances to actually become the champions here. But this is one beautiful play coming in from Yakuza's roulette. Like, he's all alone, and eventually the rest of the members of FFG came after him, but yet again, he managed to take down not one, but 2 of them who are in the same building.
Yeah, that was just a highlight reel for Ruler alone. And even yesterday, right, when Yakuza were crossing the bridge on Erangel, Ruler's car got flipped by Mamanji, and he somehow was still able to survive until the end, until his team came and they outgunned Ronin PUBG. That was also one of the moments that I think Yakuza would definitely appreciate and remember. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. We are finally going to kick off the final day. It's Grand Finals, where we crown our Grand Champion. We're starting us on Erangel. This is round number 1, and we're going to get a pretty normal flight path from the southeast to the northwest. Getting close to the military base, you can expect teams like Cham and Carbon Gaming to drop right off the bat and head towards that isolated island. Bosco Esport also loves that isolated piece of land as well, and you can see that they are already heading that way.
Yes, indeed. All these players usually respect each other's territory. They don't really want to go in invading some sort of a compound without, any sort of information at all. Because if you are actually sharing even like a town of Pachinki, it's going to be really hard for you if, let's say, if you lose out a member or 2 in those early battles, or if you choose not to contest at all, then you are actually having half the amount of loot or vehicles that you are supposed to have. So, with that being said, we are already looking at CJ Wolf. dive in the water from land? Yeah, I pretend I don't see anything out of that. But over the side of FTW Philippines, they are beautifully landed over on the side of South George. But DK Esports still being a little bit more cheeky. It's got that 4 times on the Scar L, but everyone's just trying their luck on those gliding players that are about to
Yeah.
reach their destination.
Yeah, Maestro wants to go a bit of a bird watching duty. We have yet to get a kill, off of those paragliding players. But Yuri is also going to try and stuck with that iron sight onto Pendragon. It's not able to find enough damage to kill him off. And in fact, where did Pendragon go? What?
I guess he's just going to be finding his way to his team after perhaps getting himself a vehicle. Now, we're looking at Bosco. Of course, currently they're not in the best position, all the way down towards the 16th spot. What seems to be the issue here is that I feel that their rotations are slightly late as compared to many other teams. And sometimes when they try to contest in certain moments, they also have multiple other danger or threats coming from different directions. So they're not entirely getting themselves that trait that they are looking for perfectly.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a Go Army Factory as well. I think throughout this entire 3 days, they have been really struggling. And in fact, that we saw a lot of Go Army Factory, on the kill feed and in the have their camera onto them, but somehow they haven't been able to perform. But Discardi, I don't know, Sayuri, he actually decides to not enter the building. And now he's gonna drive his buggy away. And Carbon Gaming, they can smell this first blood, but they're not able to find it because FTW Philippines, they say, well, let's not enter uncharted territory, and Sayuri is just gonna back off. You dodged a bullets right there.
Well, I think like he has a little bit of that sixth sense with him right there, or he might have heard a little bit more of that footstep that resulted in him just sprinting away. But he's all alone as compared to the rest of the members of FTW that's nowhere to be seen. But the circle is definitely on his favor as we are looking at the Wasted Boys, of course, hopefully connecting a couple of all these SLR shots. While there's about 7 teams that are already inside of the zone. So it shouldn't be too hard for the rest of them to make their way in. I'm just looking at Milta, where the Yakuzas are at. So if they were to actually get right by, it's going to be a little bit tough because if we look into the south as well as the east, it is pretty much crowded up. Unless if they cut through Stalber, maybe they do have a solid chance to just make a clean entry point from here.
Yeah, I was thinking about Stalber as well, but if they want to cut through that area, they have to depart within the next minute. And right now it's just DK Esports. They are splitting out their manpower again, with Luminous being the scout right in front of Next Week Predator. They also might run into Ophion Gaming as well, and that is a pretty clumped up location for these 3 teams to be in. But DK Esports, specifically this time, we want to be a bit independent, and Bamquad will start things off by taking out KMF1. And Manabas almost gets run over. He's gonna punish Level for trying to do that. And goodbye, that's a confirmed kill onto this Ophion Gaming member. What a style. Manabas enters the Matrix and he comes out with a frag.
What a great control of the recall as well. And now he's looking for DK Esports. Well, Mananabas are also tracing that OG members are right nearby. But now that they've already sensed him coming over, they're going to be driving by. But unfortunately, he does not have enough bullets to actually work with.
Oh, he got 2 headshots, but I think both are on different members of Ophion Gaming. So Ophion Gaming breathe a sigh of relief that they only lost 1 member. But also a decent attempt to try and get that roadkill that unfortunately in this case didn't work out. Go Army Factory as well, losing KMF1. Not the start that they were looking for. We just pointed out that they, even though you had a lot of screen time, but most of those was just Go Army Factory not being able to pull through. And this is the start that they have been facing across all of these rounds.
Yes, indeed. And now, as we talked about the choice of rotation for the Yakuzas, they are indeed taking that top side of the hill of Stalber to get right by. So this is going to be pretty interesting, as we do see there is a member of Ophion Gaming in the form of Recta that is just all alone right in the outskirts of the northeast section. Not too sure what exactly is he up to, but we'll wait and see. While Ross XD had some interesting moments yesterday, uh,
Oh
and
no!
now another interesting one to come. At the moment that I
This is
did
the
speak
same
of his
spot.
name, uh,
This was the same spot yesterday. Oh no! And you
is
know, it is the same spot that Bio62 got 2 members of Wasted Boys. Oh man, this is deja vu. Rasakti, he is right beside the members of 24K. Look at him. He's in that is outside of this compound, and you can see he's holding his breath. He bad memories of this location.
Oh,
Ezo,
oh,
Ezo.
we're looking at Ezo though.
Okay.
Oh, a couple of shots have been fired out, and that's gonna be drawing a little bit of attention. But oh my, 62 is down. Pendragon is gonna be landing that headshot, and we've been talking about him really hard carrying so far. And now M0 is not too happy. He might just actually respawn and towards the corners of the Wasted Boys, but they don't really know where exactly is Rox XD though. So that itself might just be a problem. And like you said, he's just trying to actually find a way to take a calm breather. Great that he did have somewhat of a mask on during this pandemic. So it's gonna
That's
be
right.
noisy neighbors right here for about a couple of minutes for now.
And you can see that with the boys this time they are taking the fight straight to Go Army 24K Gaming. But surprisingly, the 24K have yet to check the corner. They are now being distracted by the rest of Wasted Boys. So Ross XD would just have to continue planting himself there. And 24K, they actually sent one of their members to a further location, I believe. So you're going to have a 3 versus 3 stand down for now, as K-Bytes almost takes that one in the face. But generally, knowing how Wasted Boys play, they have been trying to match up to the playstyles of like 24K and Carbon Gaming, whether it be aggressive, and Ross actually pops back up. There's a couple of sprays as his location is now revealed to the rest of 24K, and he doesn't have much backup though, so he has to try to hold his own.
I think he'll be doing pretty fine from this angle at the very least. He gets to peek over the window pane, and if they choose to rush out, he will at least get a knock. But if they do come in like multiple pairs, then that itself would be very much worrisome for the side of Ross XD. But now Calvary has arrived, and of course a little bit of that sort of trade-off between these two once again. But it's been rather stiff. There's going to be a nade dropping off in the corner, and now Ross XD has got to react. A little bit of Molotov on the same spot as well. And they've heard his footsteps already. Now here's the setup, and he will be knocked out. Bio62 at it once again.
Well, it carries the curse from yesterday until today in the same compound, and it's in the hands of Bio62 once more. Unfortunate timing to turn his back though. He was peeking, but unfortunately he wasn't able to survive. Ty Darkus does get down by DK Esports, by Limitless. They do have that smoke grenade to provide a bit of cover. Unfortunately, Ty Darkus is out in the open, so they need to kind of relocate him. They're trying to go for the revive right now, but FTW, they only have one single member trying to hold off the rest of DK Esports.
I like how they actually want to save the vehicle first before their allies, but of course a little bit of priorities misaligned. While DK Esports, meanwhile, right out in the open, Maestro is just finding himself a little bit of that small compound to work with for now, as we are looking at the rest of the members slowly arriving to the scene. Next play Predator, still cutting across these open hills where the Yakuzas are actually a little bit ahead of them for the moment. Now, most of these teams are actually spread all across, but good news for Bosco this time around. They are smack in the middle of ruins, so no matter how this circle closes, they should be pretty much covered up.
Yeah, and there are also teams that you can see they're setting up shop on that bridge. Go Army Factory 2024K, Bamut Gaming, CJ and Wolf, and Carbon Gaming, I believe they all have set up shop. See, Ophion Gaming has set up shop around there, but here comes FFG.
My.
They're gonna crash in. Kevlar messes up his truck, but he's lucky that that truck didn't connect. And ooh, Kesui almost gets blown up by the frag, and Isu is gonna punish him as he disembarks. But now FFG, they're gonna push up to the second floor. They have one member watching that entrance as well. Isu does get spotted out by Aoki, and Aoki tries to peek through the window, and now Isu will go to the door. There's one more door that it has to open, and Isu decides, I'm gonna make a detour up to this middle stairs, up towards the balcony. Bothboy managing to barbecue Kevlar downstairs in the meantime. This is a two-man effort for Carbon Gaming, and it's only Aoki left alive. Kesui will be confirmed. Carbon Gaming outmaneuvering FFG. It's a 2 versus 2. Darkus is down as well. Bothboy now hiding behind the UAZ. Kevlar comes right in, and FFG KXS not able to stand up to Carbon Gaming. They will be the first team to be taken out.
Look at them go. Carbon Gaming, so well composed to actually take off members of FFG, the first team to falter, unfortunately. But I did like how Isu was actually playing around this whole territory. He prepared that nade, but the invasion was absolutely stunning, where they could not really respond in time, and the rest of the members of the side of the Filipino team have finally got themselves a clean sweep out of that sort of situation. So kudos to them for this one. And now Carbon Gaming is well on their way to overtake Yakuza and hopefully make it towards the 5th position first. But yeah, oh man, a lot of bullets are flying all across, and seems like he should be A-okay for now.
Yeah, the 2 versus 4 scenario, Carbon Gaming won out. Meanwhile, Pendragon does get taken out by LC Tannis. Old Man will be able to secure Ricta. This control of the safe zone is starting to get more and more intense. Wasted Boys are at a disadvantage because they are looking at this low ground to high ground fight. Shogun will fight Bangkok as well. Chen possibly getting the drop onto Wasted Boys. Killer might want to go for a bit of a steal though. He does catch a glimpse, but slightly too late. Shogun will confirm that one onto Bangkok.
Now, over here, seeing the hills is still going to be Archangel Predator as well as Champs. And slowly, Killa is extending his territory to get pretty much the mid-control of this hill. Some call it the Mount Gatka, some say South George's Hill or so, but no matter how you name it, we know this is one great place for them to actually set up shop for. And seems like Grism's going to be spotted up by Killa, as we did previously mention before. So this is going to be pretty much of an intense situation up top that peak.
Slight DD will lose his life to my boy though, as a Bama Gaming now trying to go on push on to see Gem Wolf. Mr. Chan will be able to take out Pasha, as the K-Bites will get the revenge onto Shogun. But Bama Gaming in a pretty decent spot. Ezzo goes for the spray, but not able to connect the necessary shots. He's gonna try again, but 24K Gaming able to stave off the ambush of Wasted Boys. Now they have gotten themselves a pretty decent spot to camp out. They are on the other side of the mainland, so they can be the watchdogs for this bridge, as the teams might try to rotate through ruins as well. With this circle on the corner, you can see that these teams are starting to congregate in the exact same area. The CJ and Wolf, they will have to try and make it past Champ.
Now, Circle going up the hill. So, once again, Archangel Predator in the center stage once more. This is the usual story that we have talked about the past 2 days. While the rest of the teams, they are by the corners of the river, this is definitely going to be a hard place for them to actually cut across, because they'll be fighting alongside that bridge. And a lot of guns will be pointed at the first one to move. Now, over the side of CGM Wolf as well as Bahamut, sweeping around the corners, and that's possibly 2 members over the side of CGM Wolf that needs to be worried.
Yeah, 3 teams with CJ Wolves caught in the middle. The Yakuza as well. We did put Omen and Roulette on in the limelight, but Yakuza so far have not lost any members yet. They'll play slow. Actually playing in the water, so you can expect them to kind of move down towards the southern side a bit. But with Bama Gaming driving away, or at least sending 2 members in front to scout, this should be giving some space to CJ Wolf to proceed a bit forward. Rolling PUBG though, they are right in front, and I think Bamboo Gaming, they are fully aware of this fact.
Now, Bahamut Gaming is already receiving a little bit more damage coming from the Ronins already. They do have a little bit of a cover of the ditch over on the lower pieces of the ledge. And now Omen down to 8 HP. He's running across these containers here, trying to play a little bit more hide and seek. Carbon Gaming definitely wants to actually do something right here. But oh, he got shot from the back. Tornado. Oh, man. Ezo caught him out.
24k, they want to wade in as well, and oh man, not at the age to outrun a bullet, but DK Esports will be able to take down 2 members from the side of Bosco. Archangel Predator have yet to get their first blood just yet. Carl does down the great AD, trying to look for that confirm, and Bio62 actually steals it away. So Archangel Predator, they still sit at 0 frags. But the standoff now continues in this compound with 24k on the other side of rolling PUBG, taking out Old Man. So this is pretty tough for Ronin PUBG and Bama Gaming to even traverse with so many different angles that they have to cover.
Shinruji still trying to play as safe as he can. They are just scraping by the edges of the phase 4. So with the circle coming pretty much closed up, while the blue will possibly deal quite a lot of damage to those who are still by the corners of ruins. But hey, Ronin is definitely in pole position to actually get some numbers right there. But DK Esports, they actually crashed out way too early. And this is actually the time for Bahamut Gaming to shine. This is great news for them, as they are already tied with 126 points.
This is more than just good news. This is a chance for Bama Gaming to possibly find a lead, in this grand finals. But you can see that they are still trapped at the very edge. DK Esports, it's uncharacteristic of them to drop off this early on. At 24k, M0 will find 9 holy. 562 will be able to confirm the kill. The Dreams are also finding his own target. You can see all these vehicles trying to drive away from 24k, and it will only be one enemy taken down. But our attention now turns back to the planes. Bahamut Gaming desperately wants to push through into the safe zone, but they have no way to pass through without getting shot at by Ronin PUBG. So this is a tough fight for Bama Gaming to take, but I don't think they have much choice. They really have to brute force their way through this.
Yeah, they were the ones who are late to the scene, and what's surprising to me is that Bosco, they were the earliest inside of ruins, and they had ample time to actually rotate. But yet again, they actually suffered a couple of losses outside of the zone, and eventually OG caught them out, and they were pretty much dropped out early. Now BMG has to sacrifice one, but now it's going to be Archangel Predator. They're trying to actually redeem themselves with Alina now getting a little bit of a hit, as Archangel Predator got into it's a two-way warfare as well. Gold Army Factory having KCS here popping off, taking down My Boy as well as Picoyo, while Ronin is taking a sweet chance to actually at least steal 1 pointer away. And now 24k hops on board as well. Every one of these guys are just crashing their way through, but Ophion Gaming, of course, receives the short end of the stick.
Bama Gaming still have 1 lone survivor. He just needs to survive until as long as he can to get those placement points. But CJ also under fire as well. Mad Dog would be the first one to go down. 24k, they want to fight this uphill battle, but Monty does bleed to death as Dreamstrike will also take out Cows. Mad Dog gets confirmed. 24k, they are bringing this fight straight to Archangel Predator, and they're not afraid of this. And you can see M0 and Bio62, they're running uphill. Cows is now confirmed. Meanwhile, off screen, Namstel as well is going to be taken up by Yakuza. Else the Ted is going to down Mananabas. But 24k, being this direct contender to Archangel Predator, This is really detrimental as well. Killer is going to be down by Pash
Oh,
by
no.
Nebu. And Sayuri will be the one to help confirm that kill as well. And Archangel Predator themselves are down to one last guy. And lo and behold, is the one and only CJ18. But it's going to be tight. How did the frag bounces off his ankle, almost taking him down? But another second frag now. Going to land on to CJ for 29 damage. Steady enough though from FTW. They want to clean him up.
boy.
He's going to patch himself out before Sayuri also looking at him.
I just love how FTW not only played defensively, any sort of the contention that they see, they actually take every single one of these fights. Now, we do see 24K popping off, M0 actually securing so many of all these kills. Well, Narpin, he hears those bullets coming across, and now footsteps are coming in right in. Carbon Gaming is going in for the flush, and now this will be the end of next play Predator at 9th place.
Yep, they found the right container, and Narpin wasn't able to stick it through. So next Predator, another exit. They didn't really they wish that they could have done better. But now CJ takes a direct headshot, and they will be confirmed by Nebu as well. Archangel Predator now out. Bama Gaming meanwhile also taken out as well. 24K. This is their chance. Xavier will be knocked down as Edmund confirms the final member of Bama Gaming. It's going to be Artguard, as 24K and FCW, the only two teams with all 4 members alive.
Now, a lot of nades have been sent right down below towards the side of Ronins, and that will deplete them to nil. 6th place finish, and now down to the top 5 as we are looking for the Kings of the Hill. With FTW having all 4 men strong, it's definitely going to be a tough place for 24K to contest, as we're already looking at roulette of the Yakuza getting over the side of Bufoy, and Carbon Gaming, after taking some of these visitors of the South Georgia territory, they got themselves late in towards the hill, and of course, with that being said, now only 4 teams remain.
What a tough place for these teams to fight it out. You have Champ and FCW on top of this Gatka Mountain. 24K still on the low ground. Roulette will be the first one to be taken out as Grism has his own target in sight. It's also going to be members of Yakuza, and Yakuza don't think they have much to live. Xavier will surrender himself to that blue zone. Sayurina is under fire by 24K. This is going to be a king of the hill, literally. Bio62. We talked about him yesterday, being the top fragger of the final round with 8 individual kills. And now it's going to be a tough fight for them. He takes the frag in the face, and also from the side from Dreams YR. This is such a tricky place to fight.
We're looking at 24K now, evening this board with DK Esports and FTW here. Of course, getting in some territories now. Dreams YR will be blasted up by Zayaha, and Champs are trying to dominate every single one of these guys. And now looking at the side of 24K. This is one of the highest frag volumes that we have seen them achieve. And Bio62! Oh my goodness me! He's still at it!
Trying to go for Champ is just even closer as Bio62, the only man left alive from his team. FTW and Champ stands between him and that chicken dinner. Elsetas will be the first one to take a bit of damage, but Bio62, he actually finishes off 2 members of FTW, and suddenly it's only 24K and Champ. Bio62 has to fight a 1 versus 3, but it's going to be uphill, and you can see the members of Champ, they're actually looking at him. He has this 4-time scope, so he just needs to gain a bit of that line of sight. He needs to get onto, get a bit closer to Champ, but with this circle closing in, it is not in his favor.
Wow. I just couldn't believe my eyes. In just one whopping round. Whether or not if 24K can achieve this chicken dinner right here, it doesn't really matter. He already hit the top podium with that sort of amount of facts of 14 kills already. And now we're looking at Champ. Still trying to actually hunt him out. Bio62 has been pretty much elusive as he's taking the lower side as well. There's still plenty of time to play because it's still phase 7. And phase 9 is probably coming in a couple more minutes. But a little bit of flash has been thrown down. And this will be the winner chicken dinner going over the side of Champ.
Well, another chicken dinner for Champ, but 24K, I think it's safe to say that they came out with one of the strongest performance for the first round of the grand finals, or at least for individually themselves as well, with this impressive 14 frags on throughout for the entire team. Sure, Champ got the chicken dinner, but I think 24K Gaming with that frag volume is enough to put them in contention, with DK Esports and Bahama Gaming.
Oh, really incredible work coming outside of Champs, as well as they were actually taking a very defensive approach up the hill, even though there were so many other teams like Archangel Predator that were the early birds in towards that sector, but there were so many other teams that were actually crashing upon Archangel Predator, so that was a little bit unfortunate for them as they only walk away with 1 kill, while teams like Carbon Gaming, they've actually farmed quite a number of frags as well, coming from the side of South George. So very interesting work coming in from all the 16 teams that have participated. And this is just the first map out of another 5 more to go. And now the horse race has definitely been a lot more closer than we expected, as we definitely need a little bit more time to really evaluate who exactly are our grand champions of the PUBG C series.
Yeah, we talked about from the start of the broadcast that the first cluster, the top 4, are really in close contention. And 24K Gaming, I think they have successfully at least gotten themselves a lead that they can be pretty comfortable with. With DK Esports and Bamboo Gaming dropping up pretty early, and alongside Archangel Predator, all of these 3 teams have kind of low frag volumes. 24K, they will temporarily solidify themselves, at the top of the standings. But we've seen the circumstances that Bama Gaming and Bama Gaming and DK Esports were in. It was not really favorable. They really were in a pinch. Same with Archangel Predator, who got ambushed from multiple angles. But the fact that 24K were able to maintain such composure, with Bio62 being the last man alive, being under pressure by Champ from the high ground, as well as FTW Philippines, I would say this is considered a pretty impressive performance for to start off the day.
Yes, indeed. And now, of course, we're going to be taking a little bit of a breather here from the caster's desk. And when we return, we'll bring you even more chicken dinners to come in map number 2 of Erangel. So see you in a bit.
Yet been able to find their entry into this circle wildcard. Oh, sharp shot! You seat swapping son of a gun into the back seat of the buggy onto his butt and spraying down onto.
이쪽에 NN이 맞춰거든요. 자, 기절을 못 시켰어요. 바로 못 시켰어요. NN 고각 수류탄. 자, 위로. 오우. 자, 이제 하나 더. 와! 슈퍼 플레이 나오네요. 진짜 울트라.
Hey, you guys remember that Carnage had just a second ago? They're about to have some company and vehicles just come rolling. No, not Budgie. What? He lived somehow, some way. It's a little This is chaos incarnate. Mike just like gets taken down his
厉害！这个厕所里面有人，
我俩
不知道一个
哎呦
飞
打了个屁股
身进去。
哎呀，好痛！这种角度真的很痛。
关键是他还是背着进去的，这是倒车入库。
背刺达人国良，
最
哇！
后他
兄弟又来一个，补吗？
补
一手灯打底
补的话，
没子弹了，还有12发，哇！
啊，第3个人呢？
你在干什么呀？
여욱 선수가 지금 혼자 남아있고 여기 살리고 연막 쪽으로 소리 들렸죠 방금? 여기 있나 여기 있나요? 지금 불편한 동거를 가빈 아니 몰랐어요.
Have the numbers, which is starting to come back on the side. Stacy's just holding the angle. He does go down from some good shots from McCoy. He jumps out of the building. His grenades go through. He spins back around on this angle. Steps around back behind him. Picks up another one. All right, McCoy. I see what you're working with. Happy birthday to you. And he picks up a fourth.
I'm trying to throw the pan. They're trying to pan him. They're actually trying to pan him. They got him! H3 got him!
Is an SLR. What are you trying to achieve here? Run him over. What are you trying?
He's flipped the car. He's flipped the car over.
He does this. This is just
Oh my god, this is
absolutely
10 head.
phenomenal.
Yay! Oh no,
my God,
2 head, 2 head, 10 head.
What is
Hello.
Didn't kill him.
เฮ้ยแล้วมองพอพยายามมองเข้ามาแล้วจังหวะนี้พอพยายามเข้ามา
有一点问题啊，跟上 Sister 要揉点，但是 IFG 老揉点，
一定是看跳伞的一个技巧的，直接拿枪出来打
全是没枪的，
对方喷子连子弹都还没有换好。
哎呀，
暴揍啊！这是上
哪里？
Đội của mình đã xuống xe. Một tình huống bom bác sẽ diễn ra giữa Sa Pao cùng với các thành viên ở bên phía DIC. ép lên rất nhanh đến từ đội DIC. Nhưng DIC đã mất 2 người và có vẻ chỉ còn là một mình anh quân Montage ở đây thôi. Giờ thì Sa Pao làm gì? Tiếp tục đổi mạng tới từ vị trí anh quân. Rất loạn đến từ các thành viên ở bên phía DVX cũng như là đội của DIC. Và quả nét rất đẹp tới từ vị trí của em. 지금 자 하세요.
못 보여가는
하세요.
못 보여가는 것도 있어요. 엔투스 큰일
아,
났다.
와! 하나 더. 켄지! 야!
结果开到人家脸上去了，直接切座位跳车想反打，哇！
จะโมงเข้ามาในหลุมเดี๋ยวดูนะให้จอดชนมาตรงนี้แล้วลงมาไม่ไหวแล้วครับดูเขาเจ้าแมน누가 시작해요? 혹시라도 공격!
And now it's getting back on, but Gem T, he can't make it count when it matters. And now Vascu left to find 2. He gets the tag on 1, but now he's down to almost no bullets. I think he's only got 20 in that 1 mag, and that's it. And then he's over to the mini, and well, what can you do with that? 17 bullets, 2 kills to find. It'd be a miracle for Vascu, but he's trying his best. Anything he has would be valuable here. He's considering, is it time for the blue? Can I do any damage? Oh my word, 5 bullets is all he's got to play with, and he's done it!
Now, welcome back, everybody, to the Grand Finals of the C Series. And my name's Contra here alongside with Husky. Wow, that was a great uphill battle for so many of all these teams. It seems like champs have found their winning ways once more. And I do believe that they have got this sort of formula to get themselves in towards that very final position all the time. And this time around, it's 24K who just put up those numbers out there, and it's just staggering so much. So Husky, of course, do the honors to announce some of all these guys who managed to acquire so many of all these points.
Well, for those who missed out round number 1, this is the leaderboard so far with 24K Gaming. Even though they didn't get the chicken dinner, but the high amount of frags did nail them that first place with 20 points. Champ with also an impressive performance, getting 15. FTW Philippines finishing third, also on the same hill with 11 points. Carbon Gaming came out strong in that first round, got themselves 9 points alongside the Yakuza. Only PUBG, this is probably one of the better beginnings that they had, as they got 7 points. DK Esports, Go Army Factory, and Bama Gaming slow opening with 3. Arcade Predator only got 2 alongside Bosco Esports and Wasted Boys. Of course, the last 4 teams, Ophion Gaming, CGM Wolf, FFGK Access, and Next Week Predator, they only got 1 point from that first round.
Yeah, I'm looking at some of all these teams that actually have got themselves maybe around the ninth place to like the 16th position. I felt like they were actually planning pretty well already. It's just that this super rules just rewards the ones that can actually frag out and still outlast the rest. So therefore, champs who are on top of the hill, they got themselves well secured for that winner chicken dinner for map number 1. So we're going to be taking yet another flight in towards Arangel. So, Husky, we've already seen the circle going in towards the Sanofska side. We've seen the top of the hill. I really do wonder what's going to be the next one coming in. But before that, of course, we got a little bit of update of the scores. Now, 24K Gaming are leading the pack, and day number 1, we didn't even see the Malaysian teams actually jumping in towards the top 5 position, and now things have definitely changed for the better. 24K Gaming now, of course, with 2 chicken dinners and 84 kills. They have definitely evened out the amount of kills as compared to DK Esports, who's only a couple of points behind.
Yeah, and this is closer than it has ever been. Only 2 points separating them and Bama Gaming, and 3 separating them and DK Esports. Of course, Archangel Predator still trying to close the gap. They are basically 1 chicken dinner away to catching up with 24K Gaming. But the Yakuza, they are now in the fifth position, and I think they're also solidifying their spot there as well. They're catching up to Archangel Predator with only 8 points away. Champ with that 1 chicken dinner in the first game also bumped themselves up to 6th place. Carbon Gaming and FTW Philippines starting to make an appearance in this top 8 as well. But if you look at the second half, not much has changed. These teams are still kind of in the same position that they began the playoffs with.
Yes, indeed. And if they were to actually stand a chance to get themselves in towards the top half of the leaderboards, right? They need at least I don't know, like very high volume of frags. They need about 2 chicken dinners or even more to actually get themselves in towards the top 5, to say the very least. But they are still putting in all their efforts here to make things work. So far, even for Archangel Predator, things are looking very well on their way. But they were sitting at the mid side of the hill over on towards the eastern side, and slowly the rest of the teams that were from the north as well as the south came in to book the same spot, and they were just flushed out eventually, which I felt was relatively unfortunate. But Archangel Predator, day number 1 was their best run, but I'm pretty sure that this 5 games now they can still actually make their way in. Just that they have to really uh, have themselves at 100% or even 200% for all four of these members.
Yep, and I think for Archangel Predator, this is definitely a reminiscence of what happened during the charity showdown for APAC, where they had one breakout run the entire day. They were smashing everyone. Three chicken dinners on the same day. They got like an immense, I think, 50-point lead, and they still couldn't make hold it out for the second half of the league. So that was pretty unfortunate for them. Vietnam managing to catch up with Division X Gaming, eventually winning out. But if Uncle Sam is happy because a total of 144,000 health point has been lost so far in the last 2 days of Grand Final, and that is pretty bloody, but also fitting for us towards the road of crowning the Grand Champions.
That's right, and of course, thank you so much for the production team that has been keeping the scores so far. Not only in terms of those kills, but the damage output of all these teams all accumulated into it. So much more. So I think there's going to be a lot more blood spilled across the entire fields of Angle for sure, and later on Miramar. So of course, share with us your thoughts right down in the comments below if you guys are currently watching the live stream. Do hit the share button as well. Of course, spread the love out there. And of course, without PUBG Corporation, this will not be made possible. And of course, big shout out to Geek Events, KNK Revolution, as well as Cost Effect for, of course, having all of us here on board. Now, we are trying to actually get ourselves ready for the next flight. Hopefully, all is pretty much smooth sailing. So far, every single round, there's so little gap for the other teams to really just plot. Okay, what exactly do we do wrong this time around? And you know, the this is the thing that I really love about PUBG is that every single match is a different feel of play, and sometimes even if you do well in game number one, second game you might just be the first team to drop out if you just have a little bit of a miscalculation on how you really want to maneuver around the map, or even angles of like shooting uh, some of your DMRs or ARs across the map. But hey, I'm liking what I'm seeing, and early on we did see 24K taking on the likes of Ross XD and Co. And that itself was long-standing warfare, and I really love myself those long trade outs between two teams.
Yeah, and especially when for I think for us and also the viewers who have been following this league thus far, you can kind of establish a storyline between some of these teams as well. So yesterday, the unfortunate episode of Ross XD running into Bio 62 and losing his life alongside Pendragon, alongside K-Bites, excuse me. And today we saw an exact deja vu, but Ross XD still loses out. So that's a 2-0 slate for Bio 62 so far. Hopefully, Mr. Boys can turn that around. But we also saw the Yakuza being more and more aggressive compared to their group stage run, where I think on the back of Xavier, who has been leading the team with his experience from his past tournaments and past team, the Yakuza has been performing exceptionally well. I think during the group stage, you would not expect Yakuza to be in the top 8, let alone the top 5. But now they're there, they're 5th and 6th place. I think Yakuza, they also have a pretty decent chance of somehow getting that first place. But it's another trivia down there with big numbers. So PUBG is the most popular game on stream. Had a peak of over 553,000 concurrent players in the last month. And impressive, I'll say. I'm really surprised.
Yeah, I mean, like us with so many of all these games available on Steam, like all these gamers are still engrossed with PUBG because it is of I wouldn't really say that it's the easiest game to master, and of course, so many things can happen sometimes, and you can actually have so much good fun with all your friends, whether if you're playing duos or squads or even solo. And now with the rank modes releasing, there's so many of all of these players who are definitely looking out to actually get themselves in towards the master position and hopefully get those swanky brand new exclusive gears that you can only achieve through rank mode. So, of course, we are also hoping to see even more bright talents to come into the picture in the future tournaments to come. So if you guys are aspiring pro players or so, of course, what you guys can do is like you can form your team and maybe hopefully find like some scrims here and there and prep yourself ready for the next big one to come. And maybe we'll be shouting out your name someday in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And a bit of update from production. We're gonna get the game on the feed up in less than a minute. So quickly, let's set the expectations for game 2. We saw Carbon Gaming coming out swinging. Lexway Predator still struggling alongside teams such as FFG. Ophion Gaming still somehow not able to close their gap into the top 8, the upper half of the leaderboard. Not just in terms of the total ranking, but even just every single round, Ophion Gaming seems to find themselves in the bottom 6. So we'll see if that is going to change, because if anything, it has to start happening right now. Let's jump into round number 2, the second round, and the second time we're going to be on Erangel. Almost similar flight path, now panning a bit more towards the northern side, further away from the island. But as usual, Bosco Esports will go for the earliest drop, as they still want to head over to the military base.
Oh, yes, indeed. I believe that they'll be landing straight in towards Novoripnoi first, but we're also looking at other teams like CFGM will be usually taking Rozok section, followed by Champs who are looking for Lipovka. Archangel Predator are headed straight in towards the mansion as well as the prison area, while DK Esports are taking all their loots from the shelter territory as well as the Lumber Hill. So over on the south side or central south, if I really want to fix my eyes on, we are looking at Behemoth Gaming very close by to Ronin. So are we going to be looking at an early contest? Maybe, just maybe. But I think that if they were to actually get their hands on vehicles, there might just be something. And there's a little bit of a trigger being pulled out here, coming in from the side of Behemoth already against Ronins.
Well, and Kalps is also going to try to go for some shots with that iron sight. He does get attacked, but damage is minimal. And this first circle taking us towards the coastline once more, alongside the Milta, which is the most notable city town area. But treacherous as always, the circle has not been kind. The further we progress into this grand finals, it's going to be the case for now as well.
Well, Archangel Predator has told us one thing in particular. Circle is not our worry at all. So they are currently starting off being in the center once again. Of course, liking a little bit of limelight, but Ophion Gaming, oof, he runs in towards the roots of the tree. And Sabir possibly would have known that there's somebody out here in the form of Yakuza. And seems like Dami will miss that opportunity to actually go in for much. And he's still going freehand. Doesn't seem like he have too much of that good looting for now. He's carrying that Bison. Finds himself that M16 as well. I guess it's not too shabby after all, but at the very least, Dami can still fend off any other passerbys that come right over the hill.
Yeah, I mean, Saber, he was the first one from Ophion Gaming to be taken out in the previous round. He tried to run over Banana Bus. Banana Bus managing to parkour his way and dodge the incoming vehicle, and also gets an amazing spray onto him. Ophion Gaming maybe not wanting to take that risk, and because for them they have everything to lose. But for Wasted Boys, they are pretty spread out. Bangkok is all alone on that bridge. As mentioned, will be in full control of Archangel Predator. Same thing, all 4 members relying confident in their individual skills. They're going to be spread out to cover as much ground as they can, as Killer will be under fire.
Killer has been doing very, very well, if I must say. Like, even the previous round, he did get a couple of these points for Archangel Predator, although it wasn't resulting in their favor, of course. While Yakuza, having roulette, now walking on foot. Seems like it's very empty Milta for him to get himself that vehicle. But Skyco and the rest of Bosco, they actually have two options right here. They can either pass by the bridge or get a boat through Novo to get themselves across in towards the corners of the Lipovka or so. Now, Sayuri already getting tapped there by Carbon Gaming. He's unfazed at all, but Yakuza is already setting their trails with the convoy being led by Old Man. Of course, Wisest for the Mole, while Next Big Predator are just watching by. This is actually quite a good spot for them to still hold out for now.
Well, the Yakuza, I think yesterday was probably one of the more impressive performance that they had. They were actually, pulling their weight and putting themselves, in the spotlight. And I think they do deserve the position they're in right now. If you look at the total ranking, 96 points. They are so close to probably make the underdog run in this tournament, and also being a representative of Malaysia. Sayuri's UAZ not doing too hot right now, but he was able to drive away. And all these teams have been really prioritizing on this rotation. I think Archangel Predator has not been bothered too much because they always end up in the middle of the circle almost every time. DK Esports is probably one of the teams that always tries to gatekeep the edge of the safe zone. They always rotate around the coastline. Bosco Esports and Champ, they are the teams that tend to make those very late journeys into the circle. But so far, I think Bosco Esports has been drawing the shorter end of the stick most of the times, where they just get picked off, whereas Champ is still able to fight their way through all these people who are watching the perimeter of the circle.
Seems like there's a cruiser in the water. I don't think that anyone's going to be picking this anytime soon, though. But of course, there's always a little bit of a surprise by the ocean. Not in the form of a message in a bottle, but of course, sometimes these are just hidden treasures on the deep. But here comes a little bit more bullets flying across from Wasted Boys. Well, while CGM Wolf does receive a little bit more of that information, they are not trigger happy so far. So back to its Yakuza. I really admire how they actually make their climb, and we talk about all these veterans that have played PUBG for such a long time, hailing from a Malaysian roster, and they have gone through so many change of teams, and even with a brand new team, they are actually performing very well, impressively.
Yeah, and totally agree. And I think FFG as well. Probably the group stage, they made their presence known during the group stage, and during the playoffs, it's kind of like FFG is there. FFG sometimes makes something amazing happen, but FFG is never at the top. And I think this monopoly by some of these names like 24K and DK Esports, the usual top dogs have really pushed FFG kind of down the ladder. And in fact, with them being in 13th place right now, they definitely have a lot of weight to shoulder. But that's a bit of a trivia from production team that have been really generous with this knowledge lately. To respect the chickens, because according to the Steam Spy, 55% of PUBG owners are CSGO players. So, yep, everyone likes a good chicken dinner, and pretty sure no one will want to miss out on that juicy meal.
Yeah, I mean, in that Sage different game, you only get to shoot pigeons, but here, you get to actually taste the bird by the end of the game, where you actually had so much of that sort of a hard effort being rewarded in that sort of sense. But look what we have here. Ronins are still busy looting, and they are just cutting by the previous area where, the map 1 concluded. But that's not exactly the place that they really want to be staying for long. So as we look into the circle, most of the teams are already well covered up inside of phase number 1, which will be ending in about 13 seconds on the clock. And eventually, I really want to see where this one's going to be taking in towards the later stages of the game for sure. Now, it's only about 9 minutes past, and we're not really seeing any single players drop so far. So, relatively a little bit more safe plays coming from every single one of them.
Yep. And so far, this is probably one of the rounds that you don't see the early deaths. We're almost 10 minutes in. Phase 2 is already Ronin PUBG making a slightly late rotation as well. Have to tank a bit of this blue zone damage as they are a slight distance away from that safe zone. But this team's probably taking this moment to kind of slow down. As Batman Gaming, they're gatekeeping, they're gonna see their victims immediately. It's gonna be Ophion Gaming as Saber gets a bit of redemption. He downstream Yuji, but Artgard will find his body as well. So none of us now is gonna chip in, and as I say, there's no conflict. People start dying, bodies start dropping. Saber again is the first one to go out.
Hammond Gaming now looking for another one. My boy going for the spray down there. Seems like he's only down to 8 more bullets on his chamber of the barrel. Swips out forward, and he gets one. He gets 2. Mr. Chan. Oh my goodness me! That was so beautiful as he takes out both Recta as well as Dawn.
Mr. Chan, Bahamut Gaming's Vanguard. He popped up yesterday, and today is still his day. You can still see his performance. He's on fire. He wants that first place. Game 1 wasn't the best for Batman Gaming. They see 24K taking over. They see DK right in front of them, and they strike right back. Now, with the current standings with those 2Ks, Batman Gaming set themselves 1 point ahead of 24K Gaming. Of course, it's still too early to say, but I think that gives Batman Gaming a bit of a reassurance of their position and ability to possibly clutch this out. But it's overpopulated side of that safe zone. It's going to be absolutely bloody because Mananabas will be down by Thydarkus.
Thydarkus, so far, getting a little bit more of that angles in. FFG, they are having this perfect ditch to actually try to outplay next play Predator, while Mr. Chan tries to actually get himself up close and personal against CGM Wolf. Now, this part of the forest is definitely challenging as it's nearby the mentioned section, as Thydarkus will be able to actually nade off Bananabas to secure that kill. But FFG here, they are still stopping at nothing, and that is going to be next play Predator here. Only having 3 men to work with, and the great Addy here will find a kill on Shinruji.
Yep, one of the Mr. Chan's right-hand man, unfortunately, will be taken out pretty early on, but Batman Gaming cannot really let your guard down against them, and Aoki will taste the firepower of Arvin's Molotovs being thrown out, but it's just way too far away, and M0 is going to eliminate the great AD and Ophion Gaming. They bow out first in 16th place. This is not how they wanted things to be, and even after 14 rounds, OG has not been able to find their footing. But as we calm down for a while, a bit of a trivia once more. This game is inspired by a Japanese movie called Battle Royale. And movie is inspired by a novel published in 1999. Good to know, because PJCM will also be taken down. FFG, they really want to take this fight, and they're going to win now. And X-Ray Predator will follow the footsteps of Ophion Gaming and bow out in 15th place.
Of course, loving the extra effort coming in from production once again to feed us with so many insights. Each day, we just have our IQ increasing so much, and now here comes Bosco from 96, having one shot going through. Does not actually take out the driver that would still be on the front seat as they are just sprinting their way across. While 24K, they are currently tied with Bahamut Gaming. So Bahamut Gaming playing so aggressively to catch up, but here comes Full Army Factory. Both of the Malaysian sides are now duking it out. Oopsie.
Yep, and he's going to be the first one to take a bit of a fire from Go Army Factory, but Bosco Esports, they are in this really awkward position. Utilities are going to be thrown out by Go Army Factory as the frags just try to rain onto Yehi. Yehi not going to be caught by anyone. Pakja Bicep as well, trying to find that line of sight, but this treacherous coast is just not the place that they want to be in, but it's their only cover, so he's going to lob off his own frags. You can see the amount of smoke grenades right in front of these two teams. Bofoy will be taking the head of Aoki out immediately. Carbon Gaming, they make a swift rotation into the safe zone, but attention now rise onto both GAM and BOG. You can see Pakja Bicep now taking a conjoined fire from the both members of Go Army Factory. Carbon Gaming will also try to wade in on the other side of the map.
Here comes Namsel popping in another nade. This is more of these members of Go Army Factories trying to actually force the issue, and they do know that they do have the advantage here as they pretty knocked down Yahi as well as Boxed Up Bicep. The rest of the members of Boss Go is nowhere to be seen, and this might just be the end of Boxed Up Bicep as of now, but there's even more pressure coming from the back as FTW wants to butt in. They smell blood, and of course they're just like sharks just getting their way across. But over the back, there's still Norman as well as Skyco. And they are just on the lookout. They want to actually go in for the very, very far flank, which I'm not sure if they can actually achieve much out of that.
Skyco is so far away from his buddies though, but I'm kind of worried for Bosco Esports. How long can they hold out? But Nightholy, he does lose his head to Maestro. He not confirmed just yet, as CGM with a bit of it on the quiet side. We did see the circle just now, still 50% ocean, way up to towards the east side as Momonji will find Aisu. But look at this crossfire from across the ocean. Limitless also wants to chip in a bit of his 2 cents. Aisu will finally be confirmed by K-Bites, but Limitless actually lands a shot onto Nightholy. What the heck? So far across. FTW now gonna force to rotate, but they're gonna run straight into GAF, and you can see they're ready. This is the drive-by. Friends, what are you doing? Ooh, they managed to jump out just in time, but in a bad position right now. They're gonna steal the kill away from Bosco Esports. Bosco Esports, they did so much effort, but Sayuri is gonna go for the cleanup, and Go Army Factory, they will be annihilated by FTW.
Not only is Go Army Factory pissed off about this, we are looking at all these members of DK Esports who are actually sending bullets from so far of a distance, and FTW says, hey, free kills. Time for us to actually come into the party. Well, Bosco, after all of that sort of the commotion, at the very least, they survived longer than GAF actually did.
Yeah, you know, they didn't get any kills, but at least they made it out alive for now. And Skyco, finally, his position that is away from the rest of his team, will be able to pay off a bit. Getting a bit of that control, those area control for his buddies. But unfortunately for Bosco Esports, they are still in a pretty precarious position as Artguard will lose his head to Bio62. Babbitt Gaming again engaged in combat with 24k. This is just like round number 1. They don't want to let this slide, and Bosco Esports meantime will be eliminated. Sayuri with his drive-by once more will take out BOG.
And now this is the biggest news on board. 24k now gets a whole lot of knockover onwards Bahamut Gaming. The 2 top dogs of the tournament are now trying to actually secure even more pointers and overtake each other. And now with that being said, Bahamut Gaming only with 1 man left on the table, while M0 so far very, very sharp on his weapons. With James YR now getting a little bit more HP, and they are still 4-man strong with only a couple more issues that's going to be surrounding certain sections here. But here, it's so crowded up upon the section. Oh, Pendragon's down!
What a hit shot from Sly DD. And yeah, man, now does find his own onto Cheesy Kimbap. The rest of Western Boys, they're pretty far away from Pendragon. They use the smoke grenade to provide cover, but they have no way of reaching him. They're trying to run across the plains, but it's so risky with 2 enemy teams right in front of them. AAP also is going to chip in to get some frags as well as they secure theirs onto Emmett. Both Cobbs and CJ making it work out. Bio62 looking for his own target as well. You can see that right from the side. Babbitt Gaming, they're going to be taken out. 24k, still 3 men left alive on their team, going strong as ever.
Bahamut Gaming did secure 1 kill upon 24k, but it wasn't really worth the cost as they are now sitting out of the game already. But hey, at least they did actually get a pointer before bowing out at the very least. Now, Slightly once more still looking upon Pendragon as he depletes that vehicle that has already caught pretty much a lot of damage. Savior now up upon his heel. Yakuza is also trying to make sure that they get to themselves in towards the top 5. With the circle definitely favoring themselves, there's so much that they could actually take in from here because there's WB as well as Carbon Gaming already hiding by the corners of the forest, while Calps is trying to spot out the hidden running by the trees.
Yeah, but at least for this round, AAP managing to make it into a building, but Roulette has his eyes set as well onto the members of Carbon Gaming, I believe. It's a Ronin PUBG, excuse me. OGP trying to avoid the bullets, the lead coming in from the Yakuza. On the other side of this hill on the low ground, it's going to be Carbon Gaming against Wasted Boys. See Ross XD trying to push into Carbon Gaming, but it's pretty impossible as DK Esports. Now they make their move because they need to evacuate into the circle. They're gonna run into CJ move though, so they have to be really careful. But Maestro, oh my goodness, what a shot from long range from their warehouse to take out Sayuri. A great start for DK Esports.
Great cover fire from the back as well. Maestro actually landing quite a distance as well. Now they can actually flush out FTW, but Limitless is down. George is going to receive a little bit of damage, and now he's also on his hands on the ground. So I'm not too sure. DK Esports might just be punished by FTW as we are looking at the flank coming from one Hida. He's just rushing right in with his buggy as well. So this is bad news coming from the side of DK. They are hoping to actually chase upon the top leaders of the pack, but now we're already seeing even more kills across the map. Kels will be able to actually get one from inside of running, and DK will lose out Fruity as well. Sly VD, he's on the lookout for the longest time, and CGM is definitely going to be a lot more mischievous as the other teams have taught.
Oh my goodness, Ross XD, he does find this card. Gets it down! Oh my goodness, from the corner! And he's just gonna play it safe. Here comes the frag, he bounces it in, and goodbye this card. Oh, barely.
And instead, he still
both
gets himself a little bit of damage. But he could actually rush right in. He just wants to actually make sure that the coast is clear. The boy's going to have himself up close and personal, but he will be taken down as well as Bufoy is being knocked by Ross XD. Now, Champ, so far, before they got themselves that chicken dinner, now they are actually taking some long-range trades against CGM Wolf. Ross XD finishes off Bufoy, while Xavier will get that knock over side of Champ.
Yeah, and FCW Philippines, they have been cleaning up the scraps, starting from Go Army Factory just now we saw on the coast. And Roulette has no idea that Namtep is just down there. They have the smoke covering the building as well. Grism takes a shot in the head, and Dami will also find Bamcop. The Yakuza, you cannot count them out just yet. They were in the building as we saw them. They have a good control of their compound. So Old Man will get the confirmed kill onto Bamcop. Roulette will fight Ross XD. Now Wasted Boys. They are in a bit of a pinch with this horrible ground that they have to play on. Namsel, as the only surviving member of Carbon Gaming, will have to play it safe and hide it out. StyDD also tries his luck onto the members of Champ, but he's not able to find those connections. CGM with 4 members alive, but the pacing for them is pretty slow.
Yes, indeed, and CGM Wolf, they got quite a number of knocks, but they couldn't seem to actually finish off the kills. As we saw slightly early on, so far they only have 1 pointer on their hands, and slightly still going at it against K-Bites, but they are being suppressed. So there will be a little bit more blood being spilled here as Yakuza having nades flying their way. Oh no, it's going to be a rush coming in. Old Man's down, and now it's going to be Roulette as well as Dami here to actually try to defend this as much as they can. Roulette push coming in, and now it's down as well. He's trying to hold it. Down. Wolf being knocked, and oh my goodness me, Yakuza still holding on. There's still one more member right there, and oh my goodness me, they get limited taps. It's a full flush coming in from Roulette. All 4 kills in the bag.
Holy smokes, Roulette flushed out the entirety of Champ. What a disaster for the Philippine teams. As Maestro, still the final member alive. DK Esports have yet to gotten a single frag. They got a bit of a knock, and now he's desperate for those confirmed kills, but he's not getting any there. They are all getting stolen away. This is so unfortunate for Maestro. Now he tries to fight. Downside DD, but it runs across the paint, and Pasha says you're not getting anything. And DK Esports, they bow in 7 with 0 frags. And Archangel Predator now be caught in the open against 24K. This might be the chance for Archangel Predator to at least make a stance, but it's gonna be hard. 24K, they have 2 members left alive to deal with the full force of AAP.
And still, they did manage to secure at the 7-pointer with the misappearance of Bahamut Gaming as well as DK. This is definitely their time to shine. And meanwhile, I gotta take my words back. It seems like some of all these members are slowly depleting with only Bruce Wire are left on the table. And he's walking in towards 3 other members of Archangel Predator, still going down for the spray though. But this will be 24k down and out. But 6th place finish, not too shabby after all.
Yeah, it's a great attempt with this blue zone encroaching in. There's nothing much that they can do. So AAP, they will have a window to possibly reclaim their throne. With already 8 kills, it's pretty possible for Archangel Predator to shoot right up back into first place if they get a good closing. But Roulette gets another one. This time with the Fly DD, he himself has 5 kills. And Yakuza now up to 9 frags in total. And they don't plan on stopping. They're gonna take on CGM. Ruler now fights Pocoyo. This man is going out of control. Someone needs to stop him. And Mad Dog will be the one to do so. He downs Ruler. It's not confirmed just yet. The Yakuza, knowing that Archangel Predator is right in front of them, they'll have to plan out their route to deal with these 2 teams.
Rula is definitely feeling it so far. Impeccable finishers coming out of him, and especially in that compound where, you know, it looked at the moment where Yakuza looked as if all hope was lost, but he was indeed another savior of their own team, as Archangel Predator now back on their solid form. So if they do get this chicken dinner, I think they might actually join the ranks alongside with Bahamut Gaming as well as 24k, who's sitting pretty at the top 3 spot alongside with DK. Now, here comes Old Man. Just walking across, checking every single corner. But it seems to me that Carmen Gaming is going to be playing rather sneakily, as there's only 1 more member left remaining.
It's pretty inevitable that Namcel will run into either Killer or the entirety of the Yakuza, so he doesn't have long left to live if this keeps on, but see, he's able to still play it safe as Mad Dog gets his sight onto Dami 42 as the Yakuza. They're fighting on full fronts. You can see that Ruler is so aggressive right in front of his team, and Chaos is going to chip in as well. He wants this showdown between AAP and Yakuza, and they're going to finish off with Pasha off with that frag. Yakuza will also get the gentleman's agreement, and they take out Pocoyo and the rest of CJ and Wolf. That's the 10th frag for the Yakuza, but AAP are also catching up. Just 1 more kill for them, and they're going to hit the double-digit frag as well as a team. But you can see the down there, another trivia for Blood, the Bio 62 leading the damage cause 6k damage, while the second highest is only 4.9. You can see the 24k, even though they're out, they still boast an impressive stats that put them on top of the leaderboard. As Killer's gonna lob out that frag. The nade doesn't connect.
You know, like, if nobody was wearing armor, I felt like Bio 62 could have gotten about 60 kills already. In that sort of sense, if you do the calculations right. But here it comes. Of course, back into the action. Killer's already spotting out 1 member off the side of Yakuza. While CG, of course, playing rather solidly, hoping to squeeze by to at least 2nd spot. That's going to be giving them quite a number of points before going out. But Archangel Predator, they are actually flanking from quite a great coverage of the circle, and right now with Yakuza just hugging by. I'm looking at phase 9 here, which is where they might actually struggle a little bit more. So, of course, phase 8 is going to be closing out right now. While, oh man, he doesn't really have much of a helmet or even smokes to begin with. Same goes to Saber. So, they've already got their utilities very much depleted for this round.
Yeah, they are struggling to find a way, or to find an opening to even move on forward. All these teams, none of them have vehicles. They are all on foot, and with the circle closing in, this phase 9 imminent in 30 seconds, they still have to deal with this X factor, which is Namcel from Carbon Gaming, and he might be able to contribute to Yakuza in Yakuza's favor, because he is on the side of Archangel Predator, pretty near CJ, pretty near Killer as well. Just have to sneak his way up to get as much point as he can. And even if he just gets a knock, it's going to be pretty important. Just look at where Namcel is. It's right behind Archangel Predator. They might not see this coming.
Indeed. Now Nam Xiao slowly trolling in. He might just be the thorn in the flesh for Archangel Predator, who's looking to find their way into
Oh.
the top 3. But of course, Yakuza wants to do exactly the same. If they can't take down AAP, they might just overtake Archangel Predator to clinch that 4th place finish. Now, Nam Xiao, despite the
Killer.
edge, he sees him, and Killa might just be the victim right here.
Namseo is just being really patient. Killa is so exposed, and Namseo, he's just waiting for the perfect moment to pull the trigger. When there's chaos, Namseo might just be the deal breaker right now. And Yakuza, they're forced to push right in. Frags are being thrown out. Things are gonna get pretty messy. The Yakuza, they will have to take on Archangel Predator, Mad Dog down, Savior, Killer down, Ruler. There's already 2 down from the Yakuza. Where's Namseo though? He's not chipping it just yet. Oman also takes a bit of damage. Half of have gone. CJ will fight Oman, and it seems that the Yakuza might be running out of gas. And Archangel Predator wiped them out. And Namseo will be the last member alive for his team. At least they're gonna get 2nd place, but Namseo's not gonna live for long. AAP, they rise back up to the top of the ranks with 14 kills, and they will take this chicken dinner.
And we have waited long enough for the Angels to rise again, and this is their glory moment here, as they got themselves such a whopping number of kills with a total of 14 frags by the end of this round. And congratulations to Archangel Predator, as they definitely have a little bit more of a big breather to find themselves up in the running to be the champions of the PUBG C series. But of course, great effort coming from the side of Yakuza, but I did mention early on, they were by the edge of the circle when phase 8 was imminent, as it was slowly closing in. It doesn't really give any sort of advantage towards the side of Yakuza, because Archangel Predator has taken about 60% of the map already. So although they do have those firepower on intact, the utilities were diminished, and of course eventually they bowed out. And congrats to CG as well to squeeze in with Namseo, though he didn't really get a single kill in this game, but it was all well worth it, as he managed to actually get that 2nd position.
Yep, and so far, I can't believe that 2 rounds have gone by, but this is the current overall status for our 6th round. The 1st round being taken away by Champ, and of course the round that we just witnessed is going to be claimed by Archangel Predator. So 4 more rounds remain. Still 1 last one on Erangel, and of course 3 more on Murama. Archangel Predator, they are now going to secure a pretty decent position. I think the Yakuza as well, they were in 5th place with 96 points, but I think after this round, they might be able to contest top 3 pretty soon, or at least put themselves near that position. DK Esports and the DK Esports, 24K and Bama Gaming, well, these 3 teams, it's their turn to struggle in this day 3. The most important day, I would say, I did say yesterday was pretty crucial, but the fact that they were not able to maintain their performance so far in this past 2 rounds makes it even harder to gauge whether yesterday was a fluke and if today they will ever recover. But with that being said, we are 2 rounds down, 4 more to go. Can't wait for next round to kickstart, but we're going to take a short commercial break, and when we come back, we will visit Erangel for one last time in this grand finals. We'll be right back.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and find himself getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Highwind. Highwind, the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不比推进面对 Henry 的架枪，直接打第1支、第2支、第3支，第3支连串漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar. Ghoststar's in the boat. Oh my God, he might go down.
Let's see Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini
そしてリラックス取り特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケンです下手投げグレネード一旦ここが出て当たってるさあどこのダウン裏回って降りて外側1人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目ああ全部取れるか倒した
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to them. He's gonna fly.
Gonna be coming right here, and Woody is just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네.
Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up two. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the third, what a hell! Oversprayed. Rubbed over the roof, it's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov's thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哇，飞起来了，被空寨了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno prođeti. Kakav
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face. Takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Get this. Trying to stay alive and don't Molotov yourself, but now he jumps off. Can't just AC Rats and healing and he gets him. 2 straight on through. Full wide. I think Valius. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbacks. What? How much do you want to ruin his eyes? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing orange. Orange finds one. He's gonna go down and return, but I'm not.
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려. 김치.
숨은 쉬어야죠. 그쵸?
오심은 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
김치!
Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system, and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu, and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players, and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our Ranked Mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked Mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach Gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. A couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
You're currently tuning into the grand finals of the PUBG C series, and now we are down to a very final match inside of Erangel before we move forward and towards these desert terrains of Miramar. Of course, John alongside with me is Brian Husky Ung, and my name is Aaron Contra Chen. If you guys do like the way we cast, you guys definitely can visit our page and drop us a like. Of course, you can just search our IGNs for that over onto Facebook or even Instagram. So, of course, big shout out to PUBG Corporations for having us as well and for organizing such a stellar event for all of us here. Of course, big shout out to Geek Events, KK Resolutions, as well as Cause Effect as well. So, Husky, we got ourselves a little bit of that breathing room on that really short break that we have. And now, of course, if you guys missed out, these are the current standings for the first match, where Archangel Predator have found their winning ways once more.
Yeah, the Kings are on their way to reclaim the throne. 24 points, 14 kills. I think in the previous game, we also got almost a 12 to 14 frags as well as the top frags. So this is super exciting. Teams are really out for blood. Yakuza coming in second, but massive credits going over to Rillet, fending off the entirety, protecting his teammate and fending off the entirety of, I believe, FFG. When they were, being swarmed in the building. He come in second with 15 points. FTW Philippines come in third with 10 points. 34K, not so impressive this time with only 9. Carbon Gaming with 8. But if you skip all the way to look at the front runners, Bama Gaming, they only settled for 4 points alongside FFG and Wasted Boys. DK Esport, not so hot, only 2 points. Same as Go Army Factory, whereas known in PUBG and Ophion Gaming, they only got 1. Still the disappointing run for them. Champ, Bosco, Esport, and next week Predator. Unfortunately, they got eliminated without getting a single frag.
And I definitely still hoping to see the teams that are capable of snatching that top spot to reclaim that position. Seems like there's a little bit of push and pull, but 24K Gaming should still be pretty much sitting quite pretty on the top side, if I'm not mistaken, after this round that we did have. But Habit Gaming also very close by for sure, but Archangel Predator as well as the Yakuza, they are clawing their way in towards that top three position as well. And the Yakuza circle not really favoring them inside of that previous match. We are going to see whether or not things are going to be any better as we are now taking flight and towards a very final round of Arangel of this evening before, of course, going towards our next three matches to come. So far, this is going to be cutting by from the northeast section, as we already see a couple of places are kind of off limits, especially to those who love to drop in towards the South George side. And right down below, CJ for Press says, may the force be with CJ tonight. We hope so too. And oh my, look at down below. K-Bites and the rest of Wizard Boys are up for collision alongside with the Ronins. Oh my, this is going to be
this is
that warfare coming into the team.
Hey, just look at your screen right now. Bamcop, direct engagement. He sees the car, so he's like, I'm out of here. He's gonna jump in and drive away from Momonji. Come on. There you go. Goodbye.
But Momonji says, okay, you can get the car, I'm going to get the weapon, and maybe I might just actually snatch that away from you. But of course, he is going to be taking a little bit of time to just get those weapons all reloaded. So Babcock's going to be pretty much A-okay. Well, even OG, they are seeing a little bit of a contention here coming inside of Pachinki as 24K are set in for a battle in the urban terrains. But Ronin, though, seems like Humpty Dumpty had a big fall.
Yeah, OGP, not having a great time so far. Someone needs to go and get him as soon as possible. But OG, Ophion Gaming, they are kind of surrounded by 24K from all angles. So OG, they can't really show themselves, unfortunately. They'll have to be bunkered in these buildings in Pochinki. These two teams really breeding beside each other, and Sebo is just going to try his luck, peek out his own building. Actually, he's going to be the first guy to walk out, and Edzo will be the closest member to next to him. But 24K, they are still probably in looting mode, trying to get those weaponries in the back.
Ophion Gaming now climbing up top the roofs, still going on for the hunt. This will be very much costly if 24K actually falls flat. Yeah, he's going for those left grabs and getting closer and closer. So he spots out one, but can he take him down though?
Yeah, Bio62, he barely misses as Sebo catches a glimpse of him, but Bio62 is already in the building. So Ophion Gaming now, they have a decent idea of where at least one of the members of 24K Gaming is, but you can see that Seba is way out in the open, and he is pretty much vulnerable to getting caught out. But luckily for him, I think 24K have no idea that Ophion Gaming have intel on where they are, and in fact, they're actually making a rotation to this compound to possibly sniff out Bio62. So this is going to be pretty important for Ophion Gaming to start this game, considering the fact that 24K Gaming, they are at the top of the leaderboard, and with that door open, if he picks right out, Sever will get a pretty clear shot on this guy.
Oh, seems like he may have missed a slight chance right there, but not to worry too much. But look at the position of OG. They're scattered 2-2. Oh, this is the opportunity that he's been looking for, and now he's getting that sort of the angles in. And 64K having bio depleted to 45% of health, but Sabios is trying to actually rush right in.
Oh, being really cheeky, he's just going to steal a bit more resources downstairs. Now he's going to take control of the building next door. You can see the rush is coming in from OG. It's going to be 3 members, someone on Overwatch as well. So Edzo, the closest member to Bio62, is going to clear the field for him to allow him to maybe get out, just to provide a bit of a refrag. The rest of 24K are pretty far away, so it's going to take a while for them to come in, as Seba will now check the corners. as a Bio62 is just right at the other end of that building, and he's going to be tagged by Enzo. Enzo with good cover fire, almost down Sever, so he's going to have to heal up, but 24k are already in position, and M0 as well from behind. Dawn might just get caught out. Enzo also firing out. Bio62 have a lot of space to work with, and Dawn managing to dodge that frag, but M0 will be blown out by Dawn. This is a 1-for-1 trade so far.
Both of them actually duking it all out. Oh, Star goes down as well.
Bio!
Now only 2 remember. How did they do it? This is so impressive. OG now only down to 2 men, but Hightarkus seems to be a little bit too far away, and this is going to be really hard for him. But Rekta does knock down Dreams Ardo. A little bit of hope left, but Rekta now is all on him right now. 50 more health on his side. He needs to reload. Only 7 bullets in the chamber, and now down to 4 HP as well. 7 bullets is all that he can actually do, and he doesn't really have much. He's using the med kit right now. He might just get rushed in as those right now trying to actually find that golden opportunity. They are forcing that issue, and 24k is out. The 9 bullets and bullets on his chamber. He clutches it. What an upset!
9 bullets in the chamber, and he just make use of every single one of that ammunition. And 24k, this is probably going to be a devastating round for them. To be knocked out first and only with 1 frag, that's 1 point. They're going to end this round with 139 points. Huge opportunity for the rest of the squad to catch back up. And as fast as they got to the first place, this is as fast as they're going to drop as well. And Ophion Gaming, the unlikeliest of team to make that happen.
We must see this in the highlights by the end of the day. That was absolutely stunning. And it could not be more dramatic than that. With this being said, now Bahamut Gaming, DK, as well as AAP, they of course have the biggest of news. As they know that, okay, in the kill feed, all 4 members are out for the count, and it's all thanks for Ophion Gaming. Yesterday we talked about underdogs actually causing a lot of upset. This is that moment right there for Ophion Gaming that just caused such a stir to the entirety of the tournament run.
Yeah, and even though they might not have much chance to show us the Ophion Gaming that we saw in the group stage, but they still have that prowess to be able to mess up the leaderboard, and that's what exactly happened to 24k, the team that is currently leading and the team that wants to solidify their grip. In Ophion Gaming, they can breathe a sigh of relief. It is fine if the rest of the run goes mediocre, but they know that they've done something impactful as Zayahai will trip and fall. Bernstein is going to unload a bit of a frag. Does get that headshot, but the damage still is not enough. He's going to continue with that reload, and he blows off Sly DD. Goodbye, my friend. He goes into the ocean. Argod finds Zayahai and Grism in the meantime, and Bahamut Gaming still racking up those frags.
Well, Sly DD definitely had nowhere to hide, and Ferns caught them at the perfect timing by the corner of the heel of the shores. And now down towards the corners of DK Esports. Oh, they did drop one down. Georgie, oh Georgie, for the corners of South George. They are just ripping apart next play further.
Yep, Maestro gonna land one himself. Rudy will also get the second one. Maestro to continue to frag, and Maestro actually takes out Arvins. That's the entirety of Next Week Predator. Out! And DK Esports, woo, making it look easy. Carbon Gaming did chip in a bit as well, but DK Esports really trying to gain back that momentum, as another trade where DK Esports has never dropped below 7th rank in the standings so far in the finals, making them the only team to perform consistently. And yep, definitely agree with that. Consistency is a bliss. And for DK, even though we have a couple of poor runs in the first 2 rounds, this is a fresh breath for them.
Yes, indeed. At the very least, they do secure quite a number of kills on an average. So, on top of being above 7th place, they usually will get at least about 6 to 7 points at minimum. So now we're looking at Champ. So far, one of the teams with a high win rate as compared to many others that are in the tournament. They are just by the edge of Quarry. to me, I don't really fancy Quarry in those regular games because of how scattered the loot are all across the field. But hey, when you have like a double or even like 1.5 ratios of drop rate for certain weaponries or so, things just get a lot more easier. But the Yakuzas taking their way right through to phase 2 as one Hida knows that there's something coming up, lurking ahead, coming from Wasted Boys.
Exactly, and I think in the previous round, Yakuza also made a pretty late rotation as they tank a heap of blue zone damage, but with FTW now right beside Wasted Boys, you can see Ross XD, he smells something in the air, he knows that something is wrong, he's gotta alert the rest of his teammate. K-Bike is already in position, but Champ is actually across the plane as well, so he might be able, they might be able to chip in a bit of damage onto FTW, but Ross XD is gonna start things off with a bit of a love tap and forcing FTW to actually evacuate from that location.
Great pressure coming from the side of Wasted Boys at the very least. And now they are still pretty much well on their way to perhaps cause even more stir to come heading towards phase 3 onwards. Bosco has been not getting all too much points in an average round. So far in a total of 20 points, but hey, seems like the Angels are trying to reach for the skies as they are back in towards the signature hills that they have been there for quite a while. Now, Pakcha Bicep might just actually know for the fact that there is OG sitting somewhere right down below. Oh, he gets one knock!
What a spray, the great AD gets another one! 4 HP left, he needs to kind of heal himself back up, but Don got his back. Pakcha Bicep also gets taken now at Bosco Esports. Losing 2 members off the get-go. This is definitely an unexpected turn of events. They were just trying to cross that hill, but the great AD managing to catch them mid-rotation, and the fact that he survived puts OG in a pretty good spot. They already have 6 kills for the courtesy of taking down the entirety of 24K Gaming, and this, you can see the confidence in these players. They are looking for the rest of BOG.
Well, they just turn on God mode in this round itself. Like the great Addy definitely needs to. We have to emphasize the word "great" in his name for sure, because he's definitely the one pulling that sort of the miracle run for this entire run, especially when we go back into it's what happened in Pochinki. He was supposed to be out of bullets to fight the entirety of 24K, and he actually successfully made it out of his way and revived the rest of the members of Young Gaming.
Yeah, I think 24K as well. It seemed like they had the third position, but they're just not able to outrun the great AD, and Rikta will finish off Nerman. And Bosco Esports, they're now down to 1 last member, and yeah, he's just helplessly watching as his entire team gets slaughtered by OG. When OG, I think now they can just continue moving into the safe zone, not having to worry about that last straggler. But CJ now is going to get sprayed out. The recoil control is there. Maestro though is also far away to provide the cover fire, and DK Esports, they're going to bring it straight into AAP. Here comes the molly into the garage. The frag is the double molly. Gonna box out DK Esports for a while. Georgie does catch fire, but he's able to heal up. But CJ is going to continue causing havoc in this ground floor. Georgie takes a lot of damage from the rest of AAP, but DK Esports, they really want to make something happen. You can see now the frag being tossed into the second floor. CJ is pretty much isolated. DK Esports, they go for a joint attempt. This is a sting up from DK Esports. They want CJ out. Flashbang being thrown in, but the molly is buying a bit of time for CJ. CJ, does he find a way out? He's onto the balcony. He throws the frag in, but now they know where he is. They just need to check outside the balcony. But DK Esports, they're not looking at the right direction. CJ, he might be able to make it out. And he actually does. Back to the ground floor, into the hands of Kao. And another frag bounces off the wall. Barely makes it into the second floor. Pretty close from Kao.
Now we are seeing AAP very up close and personal. Perfect defense coming from the side of CJ, but Maester is going on a very far flank. And now they're definitely on the move. Kill is getting a little bit more support as they did get that knocked over the side of Limazis as well. Now Calps trying to actually run right in. He's checking all these windows before he enters from the corner.
rushing in.
But instead, Freddy goes down, and now it's only down to 2 versus 3, and AP does have the numbers advantage. Now down to 2 versus 2, and now he gets Georgie knocked out as well. Now Maestro running for his life. He can alter, but DK Esports goes down. Archangel Predator on the rise, and they absolutely demolished all the members of DK Esports.
Oh my god, this is a disaster for DK Esports. It was not supposed to happen. Maestro was providing flag watch. That was his job for most of this engagement, and Fruity he with a bit of that spray, it could have been slightly more perfect, but Archangel Predator, they were just too good. CJ triple molly to buy time for himself. He was able to stall out this entire spec outs from DK Esports, and the fact that AAP lost no members in that push was probably the most impressive part of the entire sequence of events. But now a bit of a fun fact about Yakuza. Rullet cost 855 damage in the previous map to secure the second place for Yakuza. So you really gotta give props to this guy. And Dami, as we speak about Yakuza, will take down Hahagus.
Yakuza trying to find a way to leapfrog and chase after DK Esports right now. Now we do see quite some point of disparity between the top 4 and the rest of the other teams that are currently playing. Now Circle does loiter around the top side of the hill as well as Gatka, as FFG is set right into the center stage. AAP now trying to actually climb over to the corners where Mad Dog is currently at, and they do know that Bahamut Gaming is being set over the corners of the northern section as well. So over the southern side, we are having a little bit of a drama going on between CG and Wolf, as Yakuza knows that they can't really offer any more late rotation. This is going to be a very tight entry point from the southern side, as we are seeing even some going on foot. This is going to be looking pretty bad. I'm not too sure if Pocoyo can even make it out alive.
Run, Forrest, run! And you can see Pocoyo is making the long turn. This is the 4th phase, so the circle is really going to hurt. But OGP, with the rest of Ronin PUBG still in A, as they are pretty secure around this compound. As the Yakuza, they're going to make a detour onto the eastern side, but you can hear all the gunfires. Bamquad will be taken up by Killer. As Archangel Predator, they don't want to stop right now. They can smell the first place. Nine Holy does down Pendragon. As Champ, they are breeding right beside Ronin PUBG, and Cheesy Kimbabs might just run into Shogun. He's going to have to back up on Momonji, and Shogun will be right around the corner. They are going to just peek a bit as the rest of the kill feed. We're going to show FTW taking out Go Army Factory. KMF will be down as well. Carbon Gaming also near Ronin PUBG. This is a 3-way affair between these 3 teams.
How? I'm not too sure how exactly is Momonji's going to make it out, but here comes Shogun though, going for the spray down. He did cause a little bit of damage here. Cooking up a nade. He might just actually go for the kamikaze attempt, and oh my, he's inside of smoke. He might not actually know, and boom! Kaboom! They get cooked up, and Shogun did get a nade over on the side of Ronin, but oh my. What a tight area to work with.
At least he took out the armor of Momonji, so it isn't all too bad, but that was a Hail Mary attempt from Shogun, and as we speak about frags, Alina catches one right in the face, and you can see K-Bite is pushing forward, and Alina will have to back off. He has his own frag, this nade, pretty far away from K-Bite. As Pocoyo falls to his death, I think he's going to commit suicide. Daidagas will confirm the kill though, so unlucky for CG and Wolf. Arcane Predator continues to secure those frags as well. Ross XD tries to go for spray control onto Numcell. Numcell will force out of his vehicle, but Ross XD will still be able to down him despite the cover fire from Bofoy. And Ross XD will also be down himself, so Numcell will be out in the open. Bahamut Gaming now on top of the hill will be fighting Yakuza, who is at the bottom. They have the cover of the smoke grenade though, covering 3 different angles, but K-Bite now needs to rescue his team, and he will be able to get the revive onto Ross XD potentially. Checking his corners for a while. He does see Carbon Gaming is there, reviving. They were going to secure the kill. Meanwhile, Bosco Eastwood will be taken up by Dawn.
Now that's a little bit of a nade. Boom!
Whoa!
Wasted Boys just got cooked up. Oh man, K-Bites is feeling it. But, you know, Ophion Gaming is on the streak as well, while the rest of all these players from the side of Bahamut, they are on to the top side. while the rest of Archangel are just waiting in line, just in case if Bahamut peaks.
Well, unfortunate, but unfortunate for Wasted Boys. But seems like Archangel Predator are back at the exact same spot, the Gatka Hills. But as a Chinese saying once said, there can only be one tiger in a mountain, and Archangel Predator wants to make that happen. Meanwhile, Rita gets the nade onto Edmund, but Tight August does steal that away. This time from FFG. You can see Bama Gaming might run into AAP. It's going to be a 4 versus 4 affair as Pasha finds a perfect confirm onto Aisu. CJ is going to rush in front ahead of his teammate. They do have the nade as well. Primed up. They toss it across. Argon gets a headshot onto CJ, but CJ is going to duck back down. And he actually downs Argon in return. What a beast! Now Argon has to retreat. Bama Gaming, you can feel the tension in the air. There's so much electricity. They know that they're up against the Predator, and CJ, fearless push forward alongside Killer. They want to go for the confirm onto Argon. He's being revived, but Shinruji managed to get the cover fire. CJ just get down. My boy gets taken out by Carl, so Shinruji will take on the second one, and this is going to be Carl's as well. This might be Bama Gaming's chance to confirm those 2 kills. They have to be careful about this because Yakuza wants to chip in as well. Look at Xavier. He's getting no shot onto Mr. Chan, cutting him off from the rest of his team. And this mountain fight is going to get treacherous as Mad Dog from the corner gets a bit of shot onto Shinruji, but Cows does get confirmed. Shinruji bleeds out CJ as well. Archangel Predator down to the last 2 members, but Bama Gaming might lose Art God as well. You can see that this situation is pretty tense. Xavier, he wants to cause a bit of havoc. He tosses the frag, but Mr. Chan would take him out. And Xavier would be down, but the frag doesn't go off. It does! It takes out my boy! Ruler calls Mr. Chan as well. Mad Dog! Just so much chaos on top of this mountain. And it's going to be down to the final member of this individual teams.
Yakuza scraping by. Xavier will be picked up while Bahamut now depleted, leaving only 1 man standing. Same goes to some of all the other teams like Ronin as well as OG. But now, just proning his way through. He knows that Yakuzas are right down below. But this seems to be a tall order right now. He does have 2 more nades to actually cook up. He might just actually put that in towards good use. But Archangel Predator, they were actually getting so much out of that situation. And Bahamut right now, they have even more fish to fry because they are currently just gripping by the edge of the circle. But Shinruji, he needs to do something right here. He does have 3 kills secured and now looking for more.
He just see the nade being thrown at him. And he's gonna make his last stand. The circle is not in his favor. Yakuza, they might make a rotation. It's gonna be Ruler to do so. Shinruji, can he turn around? No. He loses his head. Bama Gaming out at 8, and Xavier will be the one to confirm that. And Yakuza, being the jester in this exchange, they messed up Bama Gaming's tempo. It was supposed to be them taking out Archangel Predator, but it's not gonna happen in this round.
Now, things are pretty much a little bit more peaceful up the hill already. Slowly dispersing as they are finding the next phase to secure themselves a slot in towards the later stage of the game. But Nebu, oh my, 1 shot does connect though towards the side of the member of CG. Of course, needing to heal up. He's going to be buying a little bit more time for himself. Well, CG is not really in the best state. He's going to be looking to take himself outside of the circle, perhaps, or maybe just hit towards the lower side of the section of the hill where the bullets coming in from the side of FTW will not connect.
Yep, meanwhile, OGP does finally eliminate the last member of OG. It's going to be the great AD. Katsui will find his shot onto OGP as well. So both Ronin PUBG and Ophion Gaming will bow out. But now with Archangel Predator still controlling this hill, they actually moved towards the middle section of that Gatka mountain. As Yakuza now will plant a flag on top of the terrain. FTW also kind of pushing in as well. It's going to be only Killer holding that foot of the Gatka mountain. FTW with 4 members, they should be able to catch Killer off guard.
FTW pretty much clumped all together as they are having pretty much some creases here. But oh no! Mad Dog now getting burnt out, and he's falling down the hill! My goodness me!
Oh,
Oh, that's a
man.
rough way to go out.
Yeah, and well, Killer is not close. Mad Dog's gonna be confirmed pretty soon. Savior is looking for Mad Dog. Should be able to see him if he moves a bit more towards the right. And yeah, Savior's gonna find Mad Dog. And Archangel Predator now down to Killer. And for once, the last remaining survivor of AAP is not CJ, as he did get taken out in the exchange with Shinruji and Mr. Chan. But Nebu will find that first shot onto Savior on top of the hill. The Yakuza now being challenged by FTW. They still have Archangel Predator, a Killer in the middle. Carbon Gaming stuck outside, stuck far away from this mountain. The Scar team will find it pretty hard to make it into this next circle.
Now, speaking of the circle right now, it does seem like it's favoring towards the side of FTW for the time being. Well, it shouldn't be too much of an issue for FFG if they can just slowly make their way through. Catching a glimpse of the top side of the hill, Yakuza having both sent their way as well. Sayudi fully boosted up, and the final member of Carbon Gaming is down.
FFG also 4 members strong. They are pretty spread out in the jungle, as the main conflict will be between FTW and the Yakuza, with Killer, at least as a spectator right now, he is still hiding in the middle of the entire mountain, just using his terrain. Look at him, just tucked in that pocket. And he might be able to catch the members of FTW off guard, as that nade almost was a lucky throw. But Kevlar will be the first one to go down, and Dami will find his hit from on top of the mountain.
Now Sayudi running pretty low on utilities already. FTW now cornered by the edge of the trees. They have to actually smoke up, so this is going to be pretty much fine for them, as they've already got Aoki slowly climbing upwards. But I'm looking at the chances of Yakuza here slowly sweeping in, but Killa found that perfect place to just hide out for now. While Wanhida, he's got the nade prepared, but will this be good enough?
Killer is chilling. He actually catches one. It's going to be Roulette, but Dami is there to provide the refrag. So Killer not able to confirm any kill. Yakuza making a pretty decent recovery, but Hida goes for a straight push into the fight. Dami as well. Can he find the third member of the Yakuza? He's picking in. Savior is there. He takes out Nebu. Hida is going to be going up against Savior. He just needs to turn around the corner. Find a perfect shot. They are providing information, so Hida is going to go for that confirm onto Dami first. But now he drops to the low ground. You can see Savior. He goes to the spray. Savior turning back, but Hida wins out. And Yakuza, they get eliminated.
Just with 7 HP left, and now FFG are looking for the opportunity, but it's going to be the Aoki getting knocked out. Still 3 more members left remaining. No time for them to actually heal up. Now this is going to be tough for the side of FTW. But now they're slipping right in. They're looking for the kill. It's a double coming in. A beautiful one coming from Friendly Fire Gaming to secure this winner chicken dinner to sum up the final round of Aragao.
Oh, FFG, they seized the opportunity. They rushed right in, and Ketsue with the finishing blow onto FTW, getting themselves that chicken dinner. But for once, we see the top 5 being dominated by teams that we don't normally see make their way up there. FTW, they did get a chicken dinner once. Same as Yakuza, you also have Archangel Predator. They bow out in 4th, but they had 9 frags to go with it. Ronin PUBG finally making a slightly better standing in 6th place. And we did talk about statistics, right? In DK Esports were super consistent, always the top set, always above 7th place in ranking when it comes to the end of the round. This is the first time that they dropped out of 7. In fact, they finished 15, probably the worst position that they had so far. Okay, 14. But, you know, production curse. We're going to have a talk behind the scenes after this. But congratulations to FFG. They made it for their chicken dinner off of this performance. And I think they're pretty deserving, because we've given them credit, but they've been struggling to accelerate it a bit forward. And I think this is probably the best moment to solidify that.
The race to the top has been all too exciting right now, and I really want to say that Archangel Predator they are definitely swinging up the charts already. And now, with that being said, we've already seen FFG being the first Malaysian team to be able to win for today, as we'll be slowly moving in towards our next few maps inside of Miramar to conclude the entirety of the event. So, Husky, well, I want to discuss about this thing with Archangel Predator. So far today, they look so phenomenal, and I really do hope that they can bring this sort of the charisma, the momentum, and the cleanliness in every single one of these battles that they picked up in towards the Desert Dunes, because the couple of days that we see inside of Miramar, not exactly having the best of rounds all the time for the side of Archangel Predator, but I do hope that we can see them actually rise up the rankings once more. And the shock factor of the early stages of today for this match itself, Ophion Gaming. Let's talk about that, because the great Addy is just absolutely out of this world. He is insane.
That is the highlight reel for Ophion Gaming for that final round on Erangel. And I think even though you can pretty much be certain that Ophion Gaming is not going to make it too far, let alone win this because of the disparity in points, but they still were able to leave a bit of mark. They eliminated 24K right off the bat. DK Esports also got taken out pretty early on. Archangel Predator, with their consistency, I think even though yesterday wasn't the best day for Archangel Predator, we saw that they didn't get chicken dinner. It's okay. The frags make up for that, and they might just ascend to reclaim that throne, because with that 9 frags and this 4th place finish, they just need one more good game to extend their lead. Even if they're not in first place, they're, I think, almost certain on their way there. But that's all for Erangel, though. We're done with the first half. We are now going to take a short commercial break. And when we come back, the final leg will commence, and we will take you all on a desert trip to Miramar. So don't go anywhere.
Hi, this is Annie of Weekly PCS. With the grand finals of PCS Europe Charity Showdown held last week, the PCS Charity Showdown has come to an end. First, let's see which team became the champion in Europe. After 18 matches of grand finals, Northern Lights won the PCS Europe Charity Showdown. Northern Lights performed well from partner events and PGS qualifiers in early 2020, and they also ranked 5th in the group stage of PCS Europe Charity Showdown. They could take 4 chicken dinners out of 18 matches, showing their strength in the grand finals. They gained remarkable kill points as well as high placement points so that they could end up first with 39 point gaps from the second place. Tornado Energy, who finished second, is a team that has been playing in the PUBG esports scene since 2018. They barely made it to the grand finals by placing the 15th in the group stage, but they could recover their performance in the grand finals. Navi placed second with only 7 points away from Northern Lights until the second day, but they failed to pull up their scores further enough on the last day and finished third from the PCS Europe Charity Showdown. PCS Charity Showdown across from all regions have finished, and I would like to introduce our champions. Congratulations to all! PCS Charity Showdown is over, but don't be sad. Now we're on our way to PCS 1. PCS 1 qualifiers and regional leagues are underway from the global. Let's take a look at the participating teams, schedules, and more of each region. In Europe, 24 teams will participate in the group stage, and only 16 teams will advance to PCS 1. First, total of 12 teams already secured their tickets for PCS 1 group stage. And remaining 12 tickets for group stage will be decided by regional qualifiers from Europe West, Europe East, and MEA region. Find out which teams will advance to PCS 1. Let's take a look at the Asia region. Many teams have already secured their tickets to PCS 1. In Asia, 16 teams will participate in PCS 1, including 6 teams each from China and Korea, 2 teams each from Japan and Chinese Taipei. China has granted PCS 1 seeds to the top 6 teams in the PCL spring season, so the same 6 teams from PCS Charity Showdown will participate in PCS 1. In Korea, Team Quadro, Genji, and Element Mystic, who placed top 3 among Korean teams in PCS Charity Showdown, will advance to PCS 1. Korea qualifiers are underway to decide the remaining 3 teams, so you can check finalists from the Korea final qualifiers. Top 2 teams from PJS Season 5 Phase 2 will be representing Japan, and the top 2 teams from the PML 2020 Spring will be representing Chinese Taipei in PCS 1. In APAC, all 16 teams will be decided by regional leagues or qualifiers. 5 teams will be selected through the PUBG Thailand series, 5 teams through the PUBG Vietnam series, 2 teams through the PUBG Indonesia series, and 1 team through the PUBG C series. In Oceania, 3 teams will be decided through the Oceania qualifiers. There's a slight change in seeds compared to PCS Charity Showdown. Vietnam secures 5 seats, and Indonesia gets 1 extra seat. Let's see if teams who've participated in PCS Charity Showdown could advance to PCS 1 as well. In North America, all 16 teams will be decided by regional qualifiers. 24 teams will participate in PCS 1 North America qualifiers group stages. 16 teams from PCS Charity Showdown and 8 teams who couldn't make it for PCS Charity Showdown in the qualifier last time will be participating in PCS 1 qualifiers. The best 16 teams will advance to PCS 1. The group stage is now underway, so don't miss it. Here's a schedule for PCS 1. PCS 1 will be held for 2 weeks, starting from June 25th. We have plenty of events on Thursdays through Sundays, and it is a perfect time to stay home and watch PUBG Esports. For more information, check out PUBGesports.com and regional channels. One more thing, Pick'em Challenge is back in PCS 1. Look at these gorgeous items. You don't want to miss having a chance to get them. Esports tab and Pick'em Challenge will be opened on June 17th in live server. More information will be announced soon, so please stay tuned for our official channels. I'll be back with next weekly PCS for PCS 1. Until then, bye!
제가 빅캔디를 개발했을 때 당시에는 내부적으로 뭔가 이 초보자들을 케어해야 된다는 생각이 많았어요. 그래서 초보자들을 케어하려면 우리가 어떤 식으로 이렇게 월드를 제작해야 될까라는 고민이 많았고.
We had a very chaotic and really fast gameplay in Sano, and we have a very slow-paced gameplay for Miramar and also Erangel. And we had players that loved Erangel and loved Miramar, others that absolutely loved Sanok. And so we wanted to have a common battleground.
유저분들의 피드백이 곧 저희의 책찍질이죠. 뭐 이래라고 이래라 펍지 항상 이러시잖아요.
When we designed Vikendi, we wanted to create a different map experience. I think we introduced new features in Vikendi, like the traceable footprints or the new vehicles with new mechanics. And I think all that together contributed to renew the interest of players in our game. We decided that we could improve the experience in Vikendi.
네, 일단 눈이 거의 빅캔디의 3분의 2가 눈으로 원래 덮여 있었는데 이게 특징이기도 하고 그래서 빅캔디만의 아름다움이 눈으로 표현된다고 생각을 했어요. 근데 아무래도 그렇다고 해도 게임 플레이에 지장이 되면은 아무리 예뻐도 힘드니까 눈이 필요하면은 게임에 집중할 수가 없잖아요.
We wanted to do a very beautiful map and see how much we could push our limits. We didn't expect that snow would be such a big problem for the players as well. We reduced the amount of trees, the amount of snow have decreased. The terrain has been also modified for gameplay reasons. So now we don't have so many flat areas. We try to make the terrain a little more bumpy so you can cover behind it.
그러니까 원래 빅캔디는 3분의 2가 눈으로 완전 덮여 있었다면 오픈데브 때는 3분의 2 눈 중에서 그 중에서 반 정도가 덜어진 것 같고요.
The main complaints were the brightness of the snow and the performance. So now with this remaster also we try to improve that. Keep in mind that we needed also to improve the performance because we are adding new stuff like the new Dinoland. That is huge, and the train that will affect performance as well. So we needed to balance all that. We reworked almost every building, I will say, and every location. We reduced the tree count, the materials, textures, everything. We are trying to keep the same looking and the same quality.
Everything is more pleasant to the eye.
And welcome one and welcome all to the grand finals of the PUBG C series. As me alongside with Husky here bring you the next couple of matches to see who will be crowned as the champions of the entirety of this region. And so far it has definitely been some great highlights being shown across the past 3 matches of Erangel, and now we're going to be moving forward to Miramar. All thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KNK Revolution, as well as Cause and Effect for making the entirety of the show that happens across the week. And of course, Husky, we are finally seeing FFG here claiming the top spot for today for the final match of Erangel with a total of 70 points.
Yep, power of friendship did prevail in that previous round. RKG Predator though, they still are pretty much in the running for the top spot. 13 points, 9 frags. FTW Philippines came in third with 12. Ophion Gaming, this is their best performance so far throughout the entire grand finals with 10 kills and of course 1 position point, getting themselves 11. Yakuza as well, still maintaining that consistent that performance that we saw from yesterday, since yesterday with 11 points. Ronin PUBG also making it onto the front page with 7. Bama Gaming toppling a bit alongside Carbon Gaming with 6 points. But the most surprising one is definitely DK Esports and 24K, who got respectively knocked out in 14th and 16th place due to some unfortunate circumstances, with DK Esports only getting 3 points and 24K Gaming getting 1 point alongside Go Army Factory, CGM Wolf, and Wasted Boys.
Yeah, and of course I want to correct myself. I was too hyped about the great Addies play. It was actually them taking on 24K instead of DK Esports. DK Esports was wiped off by Archangel Predator. Speaking of which, they did manage to secure the win back in the second map of today. Now we are moving forward for bright and sunny inside of Miramar. Of course, we are waiting for a pilot to actually set the flight into its schedule. But of course, we're going to be going in towards the total leaderboard right now. Archangel Predator, they are now at the top of the podium after that great display. And now they are 2 points up above 24K Gaming after being shut off, annihilated by Ophion Gaming. Oh my goodness me. Husky, we are in for a ride.
Yeah, and look at where Yakuza is right now. They might still be in 5th place, but they are ever so close to catching up with the top 4. They are finally joining the big boy league. The big cluster is now the cluster of 5. The RKG Predator still cannot be too lax because 24K Gaming, Bama Gaming, and DK Esports, and even the Yakuza in this round, they all have a chance to get that top spot. So this makes it pretty interesting because of what transpired, especially in round 3. And of course, off of Archangel Predator's performance in round 2. It could be anyone's game right now. I won't be surprised if you see a game where the top 5 gets knocked out immediately and we see someone mess up the standing once more. But the race has never been as close as it is right now.
Yeah, and I just love myself some spicy drama to be, well, it's just a little bit of seasoning on top of that chicken dinner that was rightfully claimed by Friendly Fire Gaming earlier on, as well as Archangel Predator, and of course the first game we also did see a huge win coming in for champs, if I'm not mistaken. Wait, did I get it right? Well, of course, I do have.
It's Champ.
Yeah. So far, I'm looking at champs. They have that high win ratio, but it was pretty much low kill volume that sets them on towards the lower half of the first page of the leaderboard, of course. So I'm not too sure if they could still make their way in. Who knows if they can still keep up with maybe even more wins inside of this Miramar run. Hey, nothing is impossible. If 24K yesterday with 2 chicken dinners shot themselves all the way towards the top 3 contention, hey, I'm pretty sure that there might just be more horses actually sprinting in this race. So Archangel Predator, of course, having a whole lot of fans. All these individualistic players are not only great in teamwork, but the display of skills, whatever gun you throw them. I'm pretty sure that even if you do give them a pen, they could actually do something with that, for sure. So now we're taking this flight from the edges of the eastern side all the way to Alcantara, and it seems like CG are taking the latest drop of them all, while there's a lot of crowd somewhere densely populated around Minas Generalis.
Yeah, and for this first round of Miramar, it is definitely the more explosive kind of map, and even on Erangel, we already see these teams being super aggressive, being very proactive in taking those head-on fights. We saw how Bama Gaming tries to just run into Archangel Predator. We saw Ophion Gaming not letting their poor performance affect them. They effectively took out 24K in the last round. This final day has gotten everyone fired up, but let's see if Ophion Gaming can maintain or retain that momentum from that previous game.
Now towards the side of OG, the guys who managed to slay the Goliath early on, 24K, and set them 2 points apart from Archangel Predator. Of course, there's no time for 24K to tilt at all at this current moment, as most of all these players still have a solid chance. But Ophion Gaming, at one point they were near towards the bottom, and it's great to see them really climbing up at the very least. I'm pretty sure that they really want to finish off maybe in the top 10 by the end of the day, to say the least. Now, Wild 62, one of the most decorated players of the tournament so far, having some insane amount of kills so far. I do believe that there's going to be a lot more being shown later on, as we are looking at, same as usual. Early game inside of Miramar, you don't really see too much of a contest. Love the snapback as well as the headsets, as he enjoys some music with, well, the moment I talk about his headsets, he's like, okay, you know what, time to drop it off for at least a helmet. So he's very severely undiluted because he's just arriving to the scene so far.
Yeah, and this was the exact same spot that Ronin PUBG got wiped by Go Army Factory yesterday. SCW drive into the line of sight of Go Army Factory. Speak of the devil, first gets the heat come to fire. KCS just takes him out of Sayuri's vehicle, and I don't think Sayuri wants to go back for him. He's pretty much dead. That's the first blood for going over to the side of Go Army Factory.
Go Army Factory getting good pickoffs from the side of FTW, while there is some shots over on the higher side of St. Martin. This is one of the more complex regions to actually secure But if you are very well versed on how the entirety of the city goes, then you would actually check a couple of all these key points to actually work with, because St. Martin is such a place where it's covered by a couple of hill terrains, and back in those normal regular games that we play, we'll hold that thought for now. We're going to see a little 1v1 going on.
Oh!
60 is down. That was swift.
And another time, Ross FC just not having the game, not having the game that he wants. Like, it's probably the third time it has happened to him. Not Bio 62, but still, it's the same outcome. Just leave him alone. Come on, poor guy.
Yeah, I mean, last round he got exploded with Nate to go out with a bang, and now this. I really do hope that Ross XD could actually pick himself up for round number 5, as well as very final match going on. I'm not too sure. Maybe we might just see a party inside Picado by the very end of the day. I want to see that happening, actually, as Sayu seems like he's going to be dashing off, as he does have the pickup truck with him. But a lot of these bullets are already being expended from KMF. Now this is going to be a very good spray.
Well, none of the shots connected, unfortunately. But Seba, that's gonna take another Pendragon. Go Army Factory. They don't want to let FTW get away, and Sayuri is down. Don sees that vehicle, and he's gonna confirm one heater as well. FTW just not having the start that they want. They lost 3 members from the get-go, courtesy of Go Army Factory and Ophion Gaming. And here we go, finger looking good. As of June 2020, as of this month, Blue supplies more chicken than KFC worldwide. More than 1 million chicken dinners are served, and every single day since the beta release of PUBG on Steam. KFC, gotta up your game. Come on, guys. I ordered a lot of that, but you guys are falling behind.
Or they could actually work together to, distribute chicken dinners all around. Maybe that might just be working somewhere in the future. Knock sponsorship deals. Come on, make that happen.
Gotta tag at KFC Gaming on Twitter. They are pretty active there. As Fruity will be down, CGM will just going onto DK Esport, and Pasha is ruthless. The fadeaway.
Yeah, he's setting things on fire, and this time around, DK just suffering another big blow here inside of Miramar. While Pocoyo is just staring at them like, okay, making maybe saying a prayer after what Slidey D just did.
I am like
Pasha, I mean.
Please forgive me. Please forgive. We might be teammates, but his sin is entirely his responsibility.
Now, of course, sometimes all's pretty much fair in such warfare, going upon these fields, as there could only be one team as survivors. And yep, that was crispy. Some people just love to watch the whole world burn, just like Pasha.
I like how production is just on point. Like they observe something happens, and it's like, guys, we gotta get this in within the next minute.
They're always on the ball, and this is why I just love them so much. To me, like I absolutely enjoy my time here, also because of the production team, as they bring us some wholesomeness. Well, Nine Holy, of course, serving us even more of these sort of taps. Kill confirmed on towards Recta, as well as the great Addy.
My goodness. Well, Nine Holy. We haven't seen much of Gold Army Factory, unfortunately, throughout the entire evening so far. They have been kind of placed in smack of the middle, but Carbon Gaming now securing itself one of the compounds. As we also take a look at Wasted Boys, who is on the literal other side of that hill. They are playing with 3 members, unfortunately, due to Ross XD being taken out earlier on. And Next Prey Predator, they are also on the low ground, but it is possible for them to see Wasted Boys if they continue down this frontal path. But excuse me, Carbon Gaming. But Carbon Gaming will be the team with the vantage point, and as of now.
Speaking of vantage point, there's a lot of heals for them to actually acquire that sort of the vantage point that they can leverage on. While Next Flip Predator is stuck in the middle of the valleys. This is going to be a little bit dicey as we are looking at some of the other teams like Bosco, DK Esports, CGM, 24K, still trying to actually make their way inwards. So I'm looking at FFG. After taking that win, can they hold on to this one and maybe secure yet another chicken dinner as they are firing upon Bahamut Gaming?
Yeah, BMG taking heavy fire. In fact, all 4 members just firing at one single member. But look at the northeastern side. It's going to be AAP, Arcade Predator making a pit stop nearby as well. You can see Bamcorp also struggling as they were engaged in a bit of a conflict with NXP. A champ also going to join the party alongside GAF. This is going to be an absolute fiesta. This is carnival of weaponry in the middle of this safe zone. But FFG is going to lay their guns for a while, calling it truce between them and Bahamut Gaming, and that will give Bahamut Gaming a bit of time to recuperate before analyzing how to move forward.
Now, speaking of analysis, seems like Champs have already gotten all the sort of the info that they needed, as they are now trying to actually make a couple of attempts. So, Next Flip Predator will be turtling for now. They have an entire warehouse section for themselves. While we see Oman, he's got to suppress Mini 14 as well. And of course, great that he does have the 8 times, so he is going to be shredding through those shacks as we see Bosco possibly camping out for a little bit longer than they should.
Yep. This is going to be a slugfest, but with Ovion Gaming already taken out and FCW with 1 member left, I think these teams just wanted to take it slow on this first wave of Miramar, as statistically across these few days it has always been Miramar being the battlefield, but so far we haven't seen that just yet, as Xavier does take a shot, but nothing too detrimental to Yakuza just yet.
Now I'm looking upon the reasons here. A little bit of that sort of the, a little bit of a Star Wars-like kind of view, as we are looking at a lot of all these laser beams being set up upon the air. Cheesy Gimbap does want to get his Peeling Rider another Hot Wheels down the road. Well, we see a little bit more of that sort of the bullets flying across, but not really having much of a connection coming in from Gold Army Factories. But hey, they've already got themselves 3 kills in the back. And of course, Nine Holy is currently their top fragger for now.
Yeah, and Alina, I think, slightly taking over the role of Nine Holy, at least for today so far. 24K not having the best of runs in the previous 2 rounds. They are still in second place, just 2 points behind Arcade Predator and 2 points ahead of Bahamut Gaming. These top 4, or I should say top 5, including Yakuza, they just want to play a bit more slow and steady for the final 3 round. DK already losing 2 members, so that puts them on the back foot. But you can see that this action has considerably slowed down, as most of the teams are just looking for compounds to secure. Maybe we'll see more things happen in phase 5 onwards.
Now heading into the views of Mananabas, setting his sights over on the side of Champs. Mananabas does want to actually pick off those rotations, while Pasha is just wandering around. After, of course, securing the kill for Pocoyo, setting things on fire. What else is he up to this time around? It's just maybe digging a little bit of that sort of the sand pit for himself to hide for now. But, he can't really hide for all too long. Now the circle is moving more towards the corners of water treatment and the surrounding areas, while the hills are so crowded towards the western end. And over side of CG, they're on the move, and there's going to be so many teams to punish them right now as we speak of it. K-Bice is already unleashing this entire clip over onto those moving vehicles.
And you can see things are going to get messy as the rotation comes in. Aisu will be the first victim of that. PJCM actually steals him away as Arvin will take that discard key. Arvin now gets down. Carbon Gaming, they also retaliate for a bit, but X-Blade Predator is just too damn strong. And Carbon Gaming will swiftly bow out. Nexus Predator maintain control of their shelter, but they do have Wasted Boys on the north side of them, and also another hostile team on the southern side. Nexus Predator pretty much surrounded. So Pendragon, two out of the two remaining survivors of Wasted Boys, are gonna try to look for an avenue, but this is the only way that he can make it into the safe zone. So he and K-Bites might have to fight through an extra Predator, and Narpim will make sure that that's gonna be a tough task. But Narpim, yep, does find a kill onto Pendragon. He secures that. It's gonna be K-Bites left all alone to be the main lone survivor of Wasted Boys.
Now, I felt like some of all these players as well as teams were quite unfortunate on this sort of occasion, especially Next Play Predator alongside with CG. Well, Next Play has been there for the longest of time, so CG kind of drove right in the open against 4 to 5 other teams, which we know what's going to happen. The cars are just going to get burned out by then. So sometimes you just need to send one scout to see if the coast is really clear than to actually risk the entirety of the squad. So now we're already seeing the circle now slightly off of water treatment, while Bosco is actually heading right in towards the place with the most liquids. Well, I can't really say liquids because it's all stored in the tank. So for now, they're just going to be playing it safely right behind that small little hills. But AAP, they do have a little bit of a coverage from the northern end, while everyone's going to be suffering from the northwest onwards, as we are seeing so many long-range affair. And, you know, this is going to be so tricky, especially when they are trying to move about with their vehicles in those open terrains.
You can see the Batman Gaming, they're actually smack in the middle. Arcade Predator are on Coast Guard duty, or I should say the checkpoint on the edge of the circle. Mad Dog will be in the inner quadrant as Elsa tends to now unload, and it actually catches Mananabas as he's driving, and Mananabas is probably going to be secured, but they want to look for more. The members of Next Wave Predator, they're not going to make it out this time. Champ will take them out as they be limited in 14th place.
Satanas still looking for K-Bites. Wow, quite some angles right there, but I don't think K-Bites will last for long. He's still running his way in, and the circle is going to be hurting him. It's Face Street already. It's time to make your way in. Wasted Boys. So long, K-Bites.
It's okay. You know, at least Chen didn't get the point. I think K-Bites will be slightly okay. He will be happier compared to if Cham actually got that one extra point. But Mamonji, he has been, you know, the guy for Ronin PUBG that normally takes a spotlight, but we have not seen much of him lately. The Yakuza are now trying to make their way uphill as well. It's going to be Champ right in front of them. And off of those great streaks in the past few rounds, we can expect more from them as Dami will down out Satanus, and Ruler will confirm that, as you can also see a lot of crossfires from Arcade Predator onto a team that we didn't see on the opposite. But Dami is probably gonna be joined by the rest of his team as they now will take on Champ directly.
Savior now trying to actually trace some of all these members up and towards that section, but Dami is already knocked out. Rulet now suffering a little bit more blows as well. Now this is very tricky for Yakuza, as we already see the old man getting knocked out by Kelps. Archangel Predator, although they're in a very interesting position that's pretty much out in the open, they are still securing a little bit much. Maybe Bosco can also bit into its this commotion that we are currently seeing right now. It's EJ18 trying to actually secure its very first kill of this round of Miramar, but look at how many open plays that he's actually trying to snipe off, and oh my, he's just actually get the hit. Yakuza's out at 12th place, while Shogun finds that finishing blow on Roulette.
CJ also gets down by Zaya High as well. Edmund taking out KMF1 off screen. Arcane the Predator getting challenged directly by Cham, one of the more unlikely team, but Cham, they still have a chance as well in 8th place. They're only down to one last member though, so it's gonna be a tall hill to climb. As you can see, Nebu trying to run into the circle. He's gonna make it in, as he's also the remaining survivor of FTW, as Zaya High does die to that blue zone. So AAP still surviving with all 4 members, and if you look at the stats right now, the rankings there, AAP, 24K, BMG, and DK all are pretty healthy and still alive, still in this game.
Now we are seeing so many of all these players are just scratching their heads. How exactly are we supposed to play right in the open fields? Well, Bosco gets spotted out by Pasha. Pasha knows this, so he doesn't really have to be too worried. But if he gets close enough, maybe he can actually drop a nade. Well, M0 gets finished out by 9 Holy. If Pasha has a nade, he can't prime it in towards those small little windows. And who knows, it might just be a nade taking 2 birds with 1 stone.
Oh no, Edmund. Yeah, he leaves out the bite. Now backups coming in. OGP is there as well. Gets tagged by the nade. He calls the corner. He actually misses Aoki. And now he's going to be engaged into Kasui. Kasui is going to clear him up. A bit of a mess up from Ronin PUBG. And Momonji should be the last man left alive for the team. This is a pretty tough 1 vs 2 mission. And you can see that FFG, they're checking every corner to make sure that this last survivor of Ronin PUBG is not going to get them. But they won't know that Momonji is on top of the mountain, so Momonji is going to be safe at least for now, but not for long, as he will be taken out by Art God, who decides to intervene. But look at Hagus. Go the frag right in, and he finds 2. Skyco and Parkjak Bicep. Goodbye, my friends. Hagus claims that and makes it look super easy.
Yeah, and you know, things went from bad to worse for Bosco right there. But, you know, they can only last for so long in that sort of shack. Grizzly's going to be opting for another shack for himself, but lucky for him, he did have 26 more HP to survive for now. But the Hammett says, you know what, you can't hide for all too long. Limitless, of course, secures the kills over the side of Dreamswire. But 24K, they're out again, and this time on 9th place.
Oh man, this is not looking too hot for all the front runners. You see the Molly not being tossed in. Does it actually land? He actually lands in! The accuracy from Shinroji! How? How did he manage to toss that Molly straight through that crease of the shack? My goodness! Bama Gaming on an absolute roll. And now they have solidified their position. They've fortified their fort in the middle of the circle. And they're out for more. They want redemption after 2 rounds of poor performance. And yep, you can run, but you can't hide. And that's what Shinroji did.
Wow. Of course, they're not only setting things guns blazing, but they literally set a trail of fire wherever they go. And now DK Esports still having a solid chance. 24K Gaming. Now, slowly slumping downwards. 2 dismal runs as we are seeing them slowly not getting all too much, and now of course based on all of that, 24K, they have 139 points to end the round, but Mr. Chan here gets some perfect angles in. This might just be a great start for them as they are looking to stash up from 2 kills upwards. But look at him go! They
shooting Gattery.
The guy sitting behind the buggy, he's still alive.
Mad Dog does down Hahagus. Kefla takes out Alina in the meantime, and Go Army Factory right out in the open. Alina is just taking lead. He is pretty much toasted at this point. No way that they can bring him back to life. Naiholy is just gonna go on the run right now. Needs to get to a safer spot and Go Army Factory down to the last 3 members. Not looking too hot. Aoki also going to chip in as Bamut Gaming, Mr. Chan will find KMF1. You can see DK Esports, they're directly challenging. This is going to be a 2 vs 4 affair. Argo's going to be the first victim. They does land in the hut, but it's not going to tag on to any members of DK Esports just yet. Smoke grenade gets thrown out. Georgie trapped in the corner by their Molly. He has to rotate out the long way. You have limited speed to cover as well. You can see Argon holding both members of DK Esports on his own. Pocoyo does get taken out by Nebu, but Bama Gaming, they are now trying to scout out where DK Esports are, and Georgie will use this smoke as the cover. He has his own nade, he primes it, Artgod takes him out, and he's just gonna sidestep that nade. It's not going to connect, unfortunately, and Georgie might just bleed out. But actually, he does come back to life.
Oh
The Molly gets
my.
tossed. Georgie is being fried. He has to run away, and Artgod flushes him out. Limitless will be the last man alive, and Georgie might not be able to make it out with his own. Limitless going for the rest. Artgod will play it safe. Now he peeks, he gets the shot, and he gets the kill. DK out in 7th.
And this is definitely a shocking news for the fans as DK bowing out once more. The Hammett Gaming now 2 points shy before they cut through against Archangel Predator, which is now being challenged by CGM Wolf. But what we are witnessing right now, of course, is just great absolute power coming from the side of Bahamut Gaming. We talk about BBQs coming out of some of all these desert dunes, and we saw Artgod. He knew how to actually challenge them in the right way after flushing them off of the Molotov. He knows that there might just be a little bit of revival going on, and instantly peeks over the haystack to secure not 1 but 2 straight kills in the back. But Aoki going in for a run over. Of course, things do get very messy when it comes down to phase number 7, and everyone's snugging pretty tightly. FFG once again heading in towards the final few circles, so who knows, they might just be out for another chicken dinner.
And look at the rankings right now. It's going to be between Archangel Predator and Bahamut Gaming. Both teams have all 4 members alive. FFG same as well. Rotate right in as Pasha catches a glimpse of Kalbs. CJ is also nearby as well, and Pasha is just going to try and creep his way up this hill, but it's going to be a tall order. He has a couple of angles to cover. He sees Cops again. Nebu doesn't get taken out by Artgod. FTW Philippines, they are out. Pasha also going to create a bit of diversion with that smoke grenade as he needs to rotate and join with the rest of his team. Archangel Predator right out in the middle of that highway as BMG just go on a buffet, taking down KCS and Kevlar, and my boy is not going to stop. He's going to confirm that Artgod giving himself 5 kills. KCS actually dies to the blue zone, but Shin Yuji will confirm the kill onto Aoki, and Archangel Predator, they might be at the mercy of both CGM Wolf and Bahamut Gaming.
We're looking at Kalps here, taking on towards Kevlar. Katsui will knock Kalps as well. This two-way battle is pretty much long drawn out, as you know, the script for the Michael Bay movie Inside of Miramar is almost finished. Who knows when will the movie be released out in the open? But of course, I definitely do look for Bahamut versus Archangel Predator to see who are the ones to lead the entirety of the standings by the end of this round. So as for CGM Wolf, they're smart enough to not take any sort of pressure for the time being, as they are just waiting for that circle to subside. They do have that advantage right now.
Archangel Predator, this is one of the rare times that they are out in the open in such a bad position, but knowing Archangel Predator, they always try to make something happen, as Artgod will continue on this killing spree, taking out Hagus, and Hagus is going to be confirmed pretty soon. Bama Gaming at the edge of the circle with the blue in. They're going to start rotating a bit, but Darkus is going to help Bama Gaming by taking out Kaos. Kaos now might need to be revived by Mad Dog. The cover is coming in from AAP, but that means that it gives more a room for Bama Gaming to find their angle, and Artgod essentially go for that bullet drop. Not going to land the shot just yet, but CJ is now also down by Darkus. They're going to go for a 2-man revive. This is going to take a lot of time. Pasha is going to create diversion with a smoke grenade, and Mad Dog will finally bleed out Ketsui, but CJ will be claimed by Mr. Chan.
Mr. Chan so far just having so much of a good time. Well, CGM Wolf having slightly the corner, going for that spray down right there. Now switching out for a little bit more of that reload. A little bit of that sort of a catch coming in from the side of Pasha to land a hit shot over the side of Shinruji. Well, Darkus is pinning down Archangel Predator, but FFG will still go out nonetheless. Now, this is your top 4 teams still on the table.
And Archangel Predator has been down so many times by FFG. They finally eliminate this pesky team. It's gonna buy them a bit of time, but phase 9 is imminent, and Bama Gaming have the best possible location to fight this out, at least for now, before the circle closes in. They're going to try and do as much as they can, but the call for now is to evacuate right out into the open, and they have to risk one member to draw fire, and that's exactly what they do. KMF1 is gonna do a bit of crawling. You can see Outgod right in front of him. Shinryuji actually takes down Carbs. This is going to be another confirmed kill. Bama Gaming, they are at 10 kills. Outgod pretty much regenerating, and Killer dies to the blue zone. This is such a huge opportunity for Bama Gaming, and Archangel Predator, they've been taken down. The wings are clipped by all these enemy teams. KMF1 just watching everything unfold. He can actually get the drop onto Outgod if he wants to, as Outgod is pretty much isolated, but he just missed his chance.
Now, Bahama Gaming does get so much of all these great angles against CGM move by the top side of the roofs. And now with that final spray down over the side of Slide ED. Absolutely beautiful as he gets a hitch up at KMF1. We'll try to actually find it out before he goes out by the blue zone. At this big winner chicken dinner will go in the hands of Bahama Gaming.
Oh, just what Bahama Gaming needed. But what a crisp performance from Mr. Chen. That shot through the smoke really did put the nail in the coffin for CGM Wolf. They were desperately trying to hold on, but Mr. Chen is not having none of that. 12 kills, chicken dinner. We talked about how this contest between Bama Gaming and Archangel Predator is going to be tight, but Archangel Predator, they were out in the open. They were being shot at by FFG. They are being shot at by CGM Wolf. They are being shot at by Bama Gaming as well, and three different hostile squads is just too much for them to deal with. 4th place with only 5 frags, but Bama Gaming in this crucial round 4, they get a chicken dinner and a double-digit frag. I think they have set themselves up a pretty substantial lead going into the final 2 rounds.
Yes, indeed, and we are looking at Archangel Predator still coming in pretty close by at the very least. Like, of course, Gold Army Factory coming in through its second place here is absolutely great news with KMF. Though he didn't really get that sort of the frag over on through his Outgod when you mentioned that he could have possibly going for a tap, but you know Outgod has been so lethal throughout this entire run, as we saw him taking one fight after another, so well composed. And we talk about DK, of course, having some great frags here in between, but now they are slowly moving downwards in that sort of the point that they can averagely secure. But you know what feels worse is to 24K Gaming, which they went out relatively early again.
Yeah, and I think the same can be said for DK Esports as well. They didn't really, had the run that they want, and this is getting more and more tense for DK and 24K Gaming as we now take a quick look at the results so far. 4 maps, 4 different teams getting the chicken dinner. Champ, Archangel Predator, and FFGKXS, they managed to get theirs on Erangel, and Bama Gaming, they start on Miramar with their own chicken dinner as well. So this really sets the premise for the upcoming 2 rounds. I think we might be able to at least predict how the winner might be, or the potential winners might be. But here's a bit of a fun fact about Contra. So we once told him that he can press F to change gear while driving, and he did just that, and he died. That was good times. Never forget. Hashtag never forget.
Well, I didn't know that the production team could even dig into my past. Like, I think like they have this crystal ball to like look into its my entire lifetime, and I do hope like they can actually see the future on what's gonna be happening in the next game as well. Well, of course, everybody's got some embarrassing moments, including myself. But some of the interesting runs that we saw. Not to belittle Ross XD, but there's a lot of times where like the moment came towards the side of Ross XD, we were highlighting for him a little bit, and like, oh, okay, he gets caught out again, and like in many very challenging scenarios, and it's like the first guy that dies out in the movie at times. But hey, Ross XD, no disrespect. You guys are doing a really good job out there. I just want to see you guys do even better. Yeah.
Sometimes you just have a bad day, right? I think Ross XD has been experiencing that since the second half of yesterday. But fun fact, we have not gotten any friendly runovers by vehicle so far. So congratulations to the teams. They probably improvements. They found designated drivers. 2 more rounds. So please keep the clean record. And with that being said, we are down to the final 2 rounds on Miramar before we crown our eventual champions. So in preparation for that, we're going to take a short commercial break. And when we come back, more action on Miramar in this grand finals of PUBG series. We'll be right back.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and himself getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Highwind. Highwind, the hero, though, right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不明推进面对 Henry 的架枪，直接打第1支、第2支、第2第3支，连串漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar to the blue. Oh my God, he might go down.
Let's see Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini falls in. Oh my word.
とそしてリラックス取り特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケンデス下手投げグレネード一旦ここ出て当たってるそのポロダウン裏回って降りて外側1人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目ああ全部取れるか倒した
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to him. He's gonna fly.
Gonna be coming right here, and Willie is just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네. Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up 2. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the third. What a hell! Oversprayed. Rubbed over the roof, it's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov's thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哦，飞起来了，被空战了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno prođeti. Kako?
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face, takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Gets the miss. Tried to stay alive and don't Molotov yourself, and now he jumps off. Can't you say it's Ransom healing and he gets him. 2. Flash straight on through. Full wide. I think Valius. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbang. What? How much do you want to ruin his eyes? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing orange. Orange finds one. He's gonna go down and return, but at one.
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려.
아유.
킨치.
숨은 쉬어야죠. 그쵸?
오시는 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
케이치.
Welcome back, survivors. One of the most requested features from the community has been a proper ranked mode, where players can put their skills to the test against others. We're happy to announce that an official ranked mode is finally coming to PUBG with update 7.2. But what is ranked mode? How do you play it? And what else do you need to know? Let's dive in and take a look. Ranked mode replaces the old survival title system, and is a separate queue from normal PUBG matches, featuring its own unique characteristics and rule set. To play a ranked match, navigate to the play button on the main menu, and find the ranked button in the sub-menu. In an effort to keep cheating out of ranked play, you'll need to link an SMS device before you're allowed to participate. Ranked games have a maximum of 64 players, and can be played in FPP or TPP squads, though players do have the option of going in with fewer than 4 people. You'll first need to play 5 placement matches to determine your starting tier and division. Tiers progress from bronze to silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and master, with 5 divisions between each tier. As you play games, you'll earn and lose rank points, or RP, which move you up and down the rankings. Once you reach the end of Division 1 in any tier, your next win will promote you to the lowest division of the next tier. But be aware that poor performance can also lower your rank. When a game starts, your map will be randomly selected from Erangel, Miramar, or Sanhok. Ranked matches have their own rule set, which pulls from both normal and esports super settings. These settings mean more loot, a heavier focus on competitive weapons like ARs, altered blue zone settings to encourage more conflicts, and by very popular demand, no red zones. To check out the full rule set, visit our Ranked Mode dev letter linked below. Now that you know how you'll be fighting, let's dive into what's at stake. Ranked Mode features unique rewards that you can't get anywhere else, and you start to earn them by simply finishing your placement matches. These initial rewards are special add-ons for your PUBG ID, but the bulk of the rewards are earned once you reach Gold tier and consist of unique skins with a competitive ranked theme. For those who go above and beyond, there's a special PUBG ID reward for ranked players who finish in the top 500 of their territory. You can check out our new and improved leaderboard to see where everyone stands and how they got there. We've put a lot of thought into how to make ranked mode great, and your feedback has been invaluable here as well. couple other things to go over before we wrap up. First of all, we want to reiterate that bots will not be in any ranked games. And as we stated before, we're putting a stronger focus on authentication to help prevent cheating. This means you might have to connect to your account to a cell phone or reach a certain level of mastery before being able to play ranked. We hope these measures will help keep ranked matches focused on pure competitive gameplay and skill. Ranked mode is coming with update 7.2, so get the squad together and get ready to show the battlegrounds what you're made of.
And this is the penultimate round of the Grand Finals of the PUBG C Series of the rest of Southeast Asia. My name is Aaron Contra Chan alongside with Brian Husky Ng. And now, of course, we are only 2 games away from crowning the champions of the rest of Southeast Asia. And of course, whoever wins the entirety of the tournament will walk away with a big lump sum of the cash prize that we mentioned beforehand. And of course, the slot to head in towards the Continental Series. And of course, right now we are giving you a little bit of recap of map number 4, which happened inside of Miramar, where Bahamut Gaming had such a convincing win with 22 points.
Yeah, this is so needed for Bahamut Gaming. 22 points, 12 points ahead of the second team, which is Go Army Factory, which coming in 10. Arcade Predator securing themselves 9 points alongside CJ and Wolf. FFG still able to slightly keep up with 8 points. Champ and Next Week Predator making it to the front page with 7. DK Esports, they are in the front page, but sadly they only have 4 points. And the rest is pretty much history with all these teams. FTW Philippines all the way until Bosco Esports, just not able to back much for themselves. So Bahamut Gaming definitely have pushed themselves up the rankings and possibly sitting in first place as of now. And you can see the overall results. Right now, Bahamut Gaming 9 points ahead of Archangel Predator. And of course, 24K Gaming will come in third with 139. DK Esports still in fourth, 135. And the Yakuza remains unchanged in fifth place with 123 points.
If there's any sort of stamina left, 24K Gaming as well as DK Esports really need to do something about this. Well, we're looking at a petrol mining plant somewhere in the middle of the ocean of Miramar. Well, yeah, oil rig. That's the word that I've been looking for. Thank you very much, Husky. Yeah, like, what exactly is this guy saying? Anyways, as we are heading into
oil mining plant. You're not wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, pretty much correct in a certain way, but of course there's better ways to say it. But, you know, we're going to be starting off from Puerto Paraiso, as we are also looking at Bosco heading towards Impala. 2 teams are headed nearby towards the region of Los Leones, while CJ and Wolf has already been dropping by, maybe trying to actually float in towards Picado for a little bit of a party. But now we're looking at that flight heading towards the side of La Cabrera, so slightly left of center of the flight that can possibly do wonders for some of the teams that are somewhere in towards the central zone. But, you know, sometimes the circle might not just favor the flight all the time, but oh my, look at the edge of the flight. How many teams are actually there?
This is a highly populated, the eastern side of Alcatra. Last game, the circle was probably the most forgiving in the middle, but K-Bytes, you gotta fly away, my man. As a Ronin PUBG, they see this member of Wasted Boys, they're gonna start unloading. K-Byte will be able to make a decent landing as they did provide a bit of cover fire for their own buddy. I think at least for this particular map, this particular round so far, it has been pretty still for some of these teams. As Namsiao run for the buggy. What? Run is
he can actually going for the second seat as well if he wants to. It's like kind of fighting games like, okay, why don't you hop over right now?
Coming oh my goodness! No. 1 point. It's enough to taste this. Die! Yes, both way finds another one. It's ruined. Now he's gonna have a field day. This is two melee kills. Yeah, get him.
What?
Get him, my friend. Even teabags him. Oh man, Yakuza. Yeah, taste your own medicine. That's 2 kills for Carbon Gaming.
Whoa, man. I mean, Yakuza. One point they were chasing the top of the ladders, and now they're like trolling for a moment. But I felt like that wasn't really too risky until the guns are pointed from a different direction, and Namsel will have pretty much the last laugh. Well, I guess in Chinese, like the word xiao can either mean small, or if you pronounce it differently, it's like laughter. So, well, M249 in the hands of OGP. I think this is the first M249 that we're seeing in the grand finals.
Yeah, this probably like one of the more rare weapons that you can find as well. But Yakuza, we gave praise to them the entire evening, and they started off with -2. But I'm surprised that they tried so hard to run over that one guy. Like, was it even worth it? I don't think so. With the results definitely show that it's not worth it.
Worth for the highlight reels, maybe. I guess that's the only thing that's kind of worth it for likes of them for now. But seems to me that Gold Army Factory has had a good day today so far. Same goes to FFG. They are performing relatively fine, but now, of course, for them to just enjoy the rest of the moment of the entirety of the tournament run that they do have. As now, FFG, they are having a little bit of a struggle with the Mirado. One of the worst vehicles to be going off-road. Like, there are times that it could just tip off 360 with just one little pebble by the road.
Oh yeah, he has the loudest engine, the average horsepower, but tips over pretty easy, like you said. But Arcade Predator, they see their target. Cops just holding on the trigger finger for now. Just gonna take a little bit of pot shot. Not gonna connect though. 2 members spraying, and Limitless actually will find a few shots onto Cops, and that is gonna force him to back off for now.
Meanwhile, Pocoyo bringing out the signature K9. Sees a little bit of that hippie van parked up the hill, but like nobody really wants to drive that in competitive all too much. I mean, if you're really out of options, sure, like you can take that. It is one of the tankier vehicles indeed, and sometimes you just take that bang bus to just maybe use it as a meat shield in the middle of the battle, but in midst of rotation, it's one of the easiest to just burn down.
Oh yeah, it that is like a meme vehicle. Unless the teams the squad no plans to go on a field trip, you don't really want to be inside that automobile. But already you can see that there's so much crowd in the middle of that stage. So this is probably the most clump we've seen in phase 1. And in fact, everyone just wants to be in the center of attention, and all the overlapping blips of the players might signal a very, very early mess, in terms of kills.
And of course, we're also looking at 24K. They are inside with Los Leones. If the circle does go into towards that section there, then it'll be pretty good for them. As we look into towards the ranking charts as well as the live API updates on the other corner, although there's a lot of all that crowd that was smacked in towards that entirety of the southeast region that we did talk about, it's not really much hits being removed from this entirety of the matchup. But K-Bytes here, a real long extended fight against some of all these players of Ronin. We'll see them struggling for a little bit. They don't have those vehicles in, so K-Bytes, trying his luck.
Yeah, probably just testing see if he can land a jackpot, but not going to find anyone though. Montage is just way too far away. Ronin PUBG, they do in terms of the position, they do have Wizard Boy surrounded. As you can see, Georgie, he does hear a bit of explosion, wants to go for a bit of a confirm, but Enzo has already finished off Hahagus, so Georgie is not going to find anything, unfortunately. And Ronin PUBG, they're now starting moving forward. OGP is pretty close to the member Wasted Boys, and Ross XD is just gonna ambush him. He's like, not this time, my friend. He downs OGP. Bamcom is also coming in. They're all tanking blue zone damage, so this is gonna be a scramble to be the last man alive. And you can see that it's a full-blown fight. Alina takes out Sayuri, but Edmund will find Ross XD. As Bamcom, he's not gonna be looking at the right place. TZ Kimba is gonna find him and shoot him to death. That is a second kill for Ronin PUBG. And unfortunately, Ross XD is still a bit unfortunate, as OGP will be picked up by Edmund.
You know, the longer they stay here, they're just gonna be out of utilities. But here comes Kimbap though. We'll get that kill off the side of K-Bytes eventually. So there goes Ronin's. Has a little bit of a small celebration at the very least. But you know, where exactly are those vehicles? Okay, I see one pickup truck right by the corner, but are they still looting, or are they actually planning to actually move off? We're not too sure about that, but I'm not too sure whether or not can the rest of the Malaysian side actually survive out of this. With the boys, only one left.
Surprised they didn't confirm the kill onto Ross XD. That could have been a 3-point, but Pendragon, he's frantically driving into the safe zone. He does have those med kits, those bandages to patch himself up, so he's going to be fine. But this is a really gruesome drive. You can see him ticking down. He's literally just ticking down. He gotta stop. He has to.
Pendragon.
He's jamming his toe. Pendragon.
Okay. The last second booster is definitely nail biting right there for him. But hey, Pendragon's well and alive. So that's absolutely great news for him. Line Holy is just walking all by himself. So for now, things have relatively changed to be a lot more quieter than the previous matchup, where we saw, like, on the third minute itself, we've already seen a number of pickoffs already. Now 10 minutes in, 16 teams are still standing. But, you know, Recta says, I want what's inside of the box. So let's see. A little bit of a early present. Can't really say it's early for him. I mean, if it's GMT plus 8, it's 11 in the evening.
It's a gyoza, so it's just like not the best present that he wants. As Edzo, he's like, nah, I don't want that guy. Let's see. He's just finding 2 more members of Champ on top of this roof. Being really patient, and he's gonna get peeked. It takes way too long to pull the trigger, and he will be forced away from his vantage point.
Lucky enough, he does have a level 3 helmet with him, so he can actually hold on for a little bit longer. As we are looking at Champ gatekeeping the eastern entry point of Los Leones for a little bit. Satanas just doesn't like rubber in general. He's gonna be popping off those tires, while, you know, Champ, they are just gatekeeping this entirety of the region, while Bosco, bicep, now of course extending his arms not on the Harley Davidson, but, you know, whatever bike that he can get to safety.
I mean, for this round so far, we have the circle has been generous in Miramar, as we're gonna get one on the southern side, but no water to play with, and most of the teams are already in there. You can see what that is overpopulated, but what Ronin PUBG, they are so far out, guys. They finally started driving, but it's gonna take a while. You can see Pendragon also making its way alongside Wajida, and Rikta is gonna find someone stranded across the desert. It's going to be the members of MTW when he desperately wants to get inside the blue zone, but he's going to get sprayed by Rikta. First going to die to that blue zone. And unfortunately, the surviving members of MTW, they might not be able to make it out. Ferns gets confirmed, the blue zone continues to close in, and everyone's just making a run for it. Look at Nebu, he's like stuck outside. Poor guy.
Well, that's one of the worst times to, tip over, especially when you're outside of the zone. Well, great Addy did land one headshot, 61 damage being put across. Well, this is a little bit more awkward for Nebu, but, desperate time calls for desperate measures. More smokes being set up as Shabir already knows where he's at, so this is going to be a fire in the hole, and is it going to connect? Yes, it does.
Nope. Close enough. So, just need to. You can just randomly spray to the smoke and actually get him. Satan just down. Dreams by and Sabu is like, screw it. I'm running out into the open, looking for Nebu. He sees him. Actually, the toss the molly. This is taking a lot of time. He finally tracks Nebu down. That's the confirmed kill.
And he says, thank you very much for passing by. A free bike, free loots. Of course, Nebu wouldn't have all too much to last with after tanking the circle for quite some time. And now, back towards biceps. Great reversal. Bio62 in a very awkward position. But Limitless is going to be able to actually knock out Aoki off the vehicle. Oh, kaboom once again. As we see Limitless, almost getting another one. But there goes
what a gatekeeping. What?
FFG.
Bosco Esports finishing, putting in the finishing touches. And DK, for once today, that they were able to hang on for a bit longer. We still have 15 teams left, so there's still a lot of room for DK to be taken out early on. Batman Gaming has been pretty quiet ever since their attempt to take out Champ. This is still a pretty much a looting fest within the safe zone. Yes, Killer, he does find Shogun, but none of us will find Killer in the head. Another three-way conflict. Archangel Predator just attracts all this gunfire wherever they are.
Now, we're inside of Next Play Predator. They are going for a couple of all these taps, and they do have that ditch for now. Georgie keeping his eyes open, as Pasha is going to be able to actually land a knock over the side of 24K's Ezo. Now, Ezo and the rest of 24K, let's talk about 24K once again. Like, a little bit of a sudden dip of performance, and they're down to 2 men. And they need at the very least 20 points to catch up to Bahamut Gaming, which, Bahamut as well as AAP, they still have the opportunity to earn more out of this round.
Yeah, and the stars need to align, right? You need like Bahamut and AAP to really bomb out at a horrible position with minimal frags, and you yourself will have to get a good position with at least 8 frags and above to even be close to Bahamut and Archangel Predator. But the Yakuzas, they're going to be taken up pretty early on in 15th place by Champ.
Bosco Esports inside of the urban terrains of Los Leones. The FTW is over on the lower side of the waterworks, while Zayahai, yeah, another roadkill.
Oh man, come on, Champ. We just praise everyone, for keeping their record clean, and that happened. Champ probably has the highest record of running over their own teammates, throughout the entire C series. So
yeah, maybe
at
the
least
next API feed they should actually keep tabs on who's the leaderboards of most runovers. A little bit of a CB facts. Pochinki is a real village about 400 miles east of Moscow. As we are, funny of all, none of the game design developers have been too chinky, and yeah, they just open Google Maps and say, okay, take it and say, hey, that's actually the best name for our map.
I mean, the I wonder if it really looks like this. I don't think you have desert in the region of Russia, right?
Yeah. But then again, of course, that's inside of Erangel, so that is definitely something that was something that I didn't really expect that they would actually go towards the extent. But hey, Google Maps is always useful. But hey, Dawn is now looking for something. And maybe there might just be a little bit of surprise coming in as one Hida. Okay, I thought it was actually by the corner of the wall, but actually he's just right next door, and Dawn would just pass by. They don't know. Oof.
Yeah.
He just scraped by. He just
Man,
scraped by.
We have a lot of these close calls across these few days. Surprisingly, even though it looks populated, but if you kind of zoom in, everyone is still spread apart. But Pendragon, he finally makes it into, actually close to the safe zone, but now he will have to try and run through DK Esports, which is going to be pretty impossible, as one Hida will just camp in the washroom. This is the best place for him to be in. No one's going to check there.
Yeah. Could possibly take a piss while he's at it, but not time to actually keep the pants wet as we are looking at this card. Oh, getting one off, but boy, treating Mini 14 as if it's on auto. Well, the great Addy is going to be able to actually go in for a pickoff, as there are multiple teams trying to actually take out Carbon Gaming.
Yeah, making it pretty fast. OG loses Saber as well, and Carbon Gaming seemingly trying to step the game up a bit more again. And see Numcell being taken out, as I say that, Rita also will be traded back. They're just going at each other's throat. Dawn will confirm the kill onto Numcell though. So if OG can live on, then things might get slightly better for them. But of course, Carbon Gaming are way closer to that first place compared to them. Wasted Boys Pendragon finally forced to run out into the open, and he will be a victim of DK Esports. So Bosco Esports now just still trying to take control of this comp. But speaking of Bosco, they have been pretty lenient. I say they haven't been fighting too much. But Archangel Predator, you can look at them. They are down to 2 members. Kalp's holding the mountain, and CJ just holding the side of the road for anyone to come right in. The great AD though, he will be taken up by PTCM as Emma takes out M0 and confirms that kill as well as 24k. They are now being assaulted. 2 frags been tossed in just for insurance purposes. As one Hida still hiding in that toilet, he still decides to not come on just yet. Gotta wait for the enemy to leave the vicinity, and it's going to, I think, be Ophion Gaming. So one Hida is still pretty safe within that circle.
Of course, sorry for being a little bit away for some time, but now back into the action. It's going to be Kalps here taking on towards Limitless, and Archangel Predator is not done yet with DK Esports. You know, to my surprise, early on, that lower side of the hill was unoccupied, but now Next Play Predator is taking that perfect vantage point, but Carbon Gaming still have 2 members right down below. Manabas is right now chasing in, but all these other teams over on towards the urban terrains has got serious business to actually go with. Ronin's slowly cutting over, and they did get by with 1 piece. They were the latest to actually enter the zone, and now they have to duke through 3 other teams that's right before them.
Oh, Ezo. He's going to prone down there, and Momonji will take him out. 24k, another early exit. Not the best scenario for them to be in, but you can see that Archangel Predator, now they have scouted out Next Play Predator. There can only be 1 though, 1 King of the Hill, and it's going to be a full-blown combat. As Carbon Gaming also chip in a bit of effort, and Narpin will find Kaos first, trying to confirm that. CJ is going to be shooting at Narpin from the right side. Utility being tossed out, and that's the flashbang. Narpin, does he want to go for the push? He has no idea where the rest of Archangel Predator are, and he's gonna lose his head to DJ. CJ is gonna fight Arvids as well. Mananabas gets the refrag onto CJ at least. Now you have one more member left for Archangel Predator. Next play, they're gonna actually go for the push, and they're gonna do just that. Mananabas will take out Archangel Predator. They bow out in 12th.
They had the perfect sweep right there, and there's so many more that being pushed upon inside the city terrains as we are looking at Champ here battling it off, and we are looking at Ron and Tier forcing a push upon CG and Wolf as OGP will be able to actually get Slide ED. Now, that being said, both Archangel Predator as well as 4K, they're not in this map anymore. But oh, Georgie! Right fragging inside of the smoke as he will take down yet another in the form of Narpim! Oh my!
One more.
5 HP left!
Narpim, Arvind, he actually fights both as well. On the side of DK Esports, Georgie, they're in the smoke. It's gonna be a 2 versus 1. They're going for the revive as well. This is so bad for Georgie. He has to rush right now. Narpin and Arvind, they're right down the corner. Georgie sees them. They don't know where he is. Georgie's gonna get the first. Arvind, there's one more. Georgie, you have to look on the right angle. And they get the first. Georgie! He finds the last member of Next Play Predator, and what a clutch for DK Esports. He's gonna bring both of his members back to line. No, he does die to the blue zone as OGP will run into his demise. Pasha takes him out, and Emmett will get the refrag to take out CJ Wolf, but DK Esports, they live another day. And they're gonna be able to survive a bit longer into this round.
Phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal performance coming from Georgie out there. As we're going to look at Bicep Bicep going in for a shred down there, he will be able to actually catch over to the side of Emmon. Secures the kill immediately, but there's still more problems right outside. There is running right by the doors as Norman will try to actually find the second kill coming. Oh my goodness. Cheesy keep up goes down, but the blue is already here. He actually has to make this move, and he's making it real quick. 44 HP left, and this phase 6 is hurting them all too much.
Hugjan, you gotta run, my man. Bosco Esports, they bow out to the blue zone, unfortunately. Bicep Bicep just has made his last stand. Don, he looks the corner. He doesn't see Hida. Oh, so close. Hida finally gets snuffed out. And that's with Philippines. They will be out in 7th place. They're better position than they could have ever expected, considering the position that they were in. But now Ophion Gaming, they might run into Aisu though. He is camped out. Bofo is there as well. There might be another ambush waiting for Ophion Gaming to show themselves.
Well, camping strats are pretty much legit tactics in PUBG. And of course that brought 7th place to the team. As now, Aisu's gonna be right behind the truck. Oh boy. Has to hold his one out.
Yep.
Aisu goes in for a surprise ambush, but oh, he walks in towards the nade. Rekton now going in for that 1v1.
Aisu provides a bit of cover. A risky maneuver. He's actually going to be spotted out, but with the cover of the barrel, he will be able to revive his teammate. Meanwhile, Bamboo Gaming being called up by Go Army Factory. Shinryu-ji and my boy, they have to hold the fort. Mr. Chen and Arco, they are down. A lot of frags being thrown right out. You can see the utility is being expended as Argot is being picked up by Shinryu-ji. The blue zone is closing in. They might not be able to save the last member, and it's going to be just that. Meanwhile, Bofoy, Dawn does barbecue Aisu, and Bofoy, the last man of Carbon Gaming, will try to stand his ground, but unfortunately, Bama Gaming, they were also caught out. Champ and Go Army Factory will eliminate the first team in the first place, the leaders of the pack. This is going to be a free-for-all for all the teams in the middle of the standings right now.
Asatanis possibly does not have much hope to actually survive this one. DK Esports is the only team that's in that top 5 that are surviving with only 1 man. And the only guys that has the most manpower here is the whole Army Factory faction, as Wolf Alina goes in to pop some sort of frags here against Champ. Now, already 3 kills already in the bag for Wolf Alina. KCS, although he might need some help, he's pretty much far away. And phase 7 is already closing out already. So that's going to be pretty much his attention being put upon the final few members of Champ.
Oh, Lina, a bit of jitters right there, not being able to track the shots properly. 5 teams that stay alive. He sees the foot of this member from Champ, Mauricio Trona as well. Force him out into the open. You can see this is the best spot for him to be in. As Alina really desperately wants to get those final touches in, but with all those mollies and frags being thrown in, it seems like Grism might not have much place to work with. The only place he can access is that left side of the truck. He's gonna try his luck. He's gonna peek into the entire team of GAF though, so this is not wise. He's gonna see one running up the stairs. Take out KCS first. 2-3 more to go with the blue zone closing in. KCS might need to be abandoned, so Grism able to create a little bit of space for himself, but you can see KMF1 coming in from the left side. The rest of Gold Army Factory are buying time, and Grism desperately needs to hold on for as long as he can. Maybe get a bit of confirmed kills in the process, but this blue zone is just so unforgiving. At least it confirms KCS, but can he confirm KMF1 who is right in front of him? Now he runs into the open and tries to chain KF1, but it's not going to work out. He gets tracked down, but he dies to the blue zone, so Gold Army Factory, they get nothing in return.
Yeah, all the effort in vain as we are looking at Don now with 3 HP left to survive for Ophion Gaming. Already 5 kills, and of course this top 4 situation is getting a little bit more tougher for the likes of these teams with only Soul Unit. Gold Army Factory now trying to actually march right in. They did spot out Don, so they just need to know where the rest are at the current standpoint. Now, the circle's going to be closing all the way in towards the middle of the waterworks, so the trouble for Gold Army Factory is that they need to actually find a way to climb through safely and make it out alive. But here comes the spray down over the side of Don. Bufoy trades back.
They need these 3 individual survivors from 3 different squads. Need a joint effort. They need a joint alliance to take down the members of GAF. As Don does tag Nine Holy from the beginning. Now GAF make the descent. Georgie is on the left. Dawn's going to be taken up by Bofoy. Carbon Gaming turning on to Ophion Gaming as GF to right to Georgie. Georgie, can he clutch this out once more? He did a 1v3 just now. This is another example of that event. Georgie peeks onto the right side, but KMF1 will take him out. DK Esports getting down in third. But Carbon Gaming now, Bofoy. Can he find the last 2 stragglers of Gold Army Factory? KMF1 will go for the rest onto Nine Holy, but Bofoy, he throws the frag, lands onto the wrong side. The flashbang is also out as well, but he does not have a nade to work with, so he just have to play from on top of that roof, with KMF1 being the first member that is directly in front of him. Bofoy have absolutely no vision of where JF is.
This is one of the hardest places to actually finish off the Phase 9 because there's too many structures to actually play with as well as cover up. But now Bofoy getting spotted out by Wolfalina, actually missing those shots, and Wolfalina is down for the ground. Nine Holy though, he's trying to actually hold on. There's still KMF1 just holding by the corners with the staircase, but now he's going to go rush right in as he's being occupied, going for the real, and here goes winner, chicken dinner, goes in the hands of Gold Army Factory.
And Gold Army Factory secure another chicken dinner. Yesterday they got one, today they're gonna get another with 6 frags to go with it. But DK Esports, they are best placing today in third, and they got 9 frags as well. This is definitely going to help them to climb back up the ranking, as Bahamut, they went out at 6, Archangel Predator, they went out at 12, 24k in 13. This is good news for DK Esports. They have the chance to catch back up right now. Unfortunately for Yakuza, chances are pretty dim because they were, I think, almost the first team to be taken out as well. So we can kind of confirm that Yakuza, unless they had a godlike game, is pretty much impossible. Nonetheless, congratulations to Gold Army Factory though for being able to clutch out the second last round. And also props to DK Esports, Georgie especially, 6 individual frags to bring his team up the standings.
Yes, indeed. Of course, we're going to be tabulating the scores before we head in towards our 6th and final match of the evening. And of course, to total up the 18 games that has been played out throughout the entirety of the grand final runs of the PUBG C series. These are your winners throughout the rest of the day, where we started off with Champs taking on Rango. And of course, Archangel Predator had the best win so far in the map number 2, and followed by the final match of Erangel, we had FFG coming by to take that win. But Habit Gaming did take the lead inside of the first game of Miramar, and now it's Gold Army Factory's time to shine. So, of course, we're wondering who will be able to actually walk away with that final win inside of the last round standing in the PUBG C series. The rest of Southeast Asia to make it in towards the following continental stages. So, of course, thanks to PUBG Corporation, key events, K&K resolution, as well as cost and effect. And we are going in for pretty much a short break right after this. And then later on, we're going to be coming right back for even more PUBG games to come.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and find himself getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Highwind. Highwind, the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边三名成员不比推进面对 Henry 的架枪，直接打第一支、第二支、第二掉第三支，也很漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar. Ghoststar's in the boom. Oh my God, he might go down.
We'll see Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini falls in. Oh my word.
とそしてリラックス取り特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケンデス下手投げグレネード一旦効果出て当たってる当たってる。さあノッポのダウン裏回って降りて外側2人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目ああ全部取れるか倒した倒した
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to him. He's gonna fly.
Gonna be coming right here, and we are just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네. Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up two. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the third, what a hell! Oversprayed. Dropped over the roof, it's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哇，飞起来了，心被空寨了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno prođeti. Kako?
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face. Takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Get the face. Trying to stay alive and don't Molotov yourself. And now he jumps off. Can't you see? He runs out of healing and he gets him. 2 Flash straight on through. Full wide. I think. Melius. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbang. What? How much do you want to ruin his eyes? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing orange. Orange finds one. He's gonna go down and return, but I'm not.
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려.
아유.
김치.
춤은 춰야죠. 그쵸?
보시는 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
KT!
The stage is set, and of course, the guns have already been running all across these maps, and there's already 17 rounds that has been concluded. Now it's already down to the very final round of the grand finals of the PUBG C series here, as of course, all thanks to PUBG Corporation, Geek Events, KK Revolution, as well as Cause and Effect for making this happen. So far, we've already seen so many of all these top gunners out there vying for that final spot to be playing in the Continental Series, and I am just ecstatic to find out who will be crowned as champions of the rest of Southeast Asia. Now, Husky, A lot of dramatic things have already been unfolded throughout the very final run for today, and now it's time for us to get ourselves updated with the match leaderboards.
Yep, and Go Army Factory, they were able to get that second chicken dinner in the playoffs with a 16 point. But DK Esport, once more, the resurgence for them, they did that in round 4, round 5 as well. Not too shabby, getting that 14 point. Rony PUBG comes in with 11, alongside Carbon Gaming, Ophion Gaming, and Champ with 9 points. Next to Predator with 8. But afterwards, it was a downhill slide for a lot of teams. Bahamut and Bosco Esports with 4. And this time, instead of DK Esports being in the second page, it was Archangel Predator and 24K Gaming with only 1 point alongside CG and Wolf of FGW Philippines. FFG, KXS, Wasted Boys, and the Yakuza, they got none at all.
And I do believe that there is still maybe some chances there that they could actually squeeze right in. This is one of the rounds where it was so crucial for Archangel Predator to still hold their fort. And of course, when we look in towards the update of the overall rankings, this very final match itself, of course, we're going to see who will be able to actually top the charts and represent Southeast Asia in the grand stages of the international PUBG stages, of course. Now, today's winners have been scattered across. No double winners as of yet, as we are looking at Champ here taking the first game, followed by Archangel FFG. And heading in towards Miramar, we have Bahamut Gaming to take a really huge round off the first map of Miramar. And of course, recently we just crowned Gold Army Factory, yet another winner chicken dinner for the Malaysian team. So far, we're down to a very last match. So I'm expecting all the other top teams to be playing very, very carefully. So we need to actually keep track of every single one of these kills coming in from the top dogs like DK Esports, Bahamut, as well as Archangel Predator, even for 24K Gaming as well. Hopefully they can still make their mark at the very least. So Husky, it's time for us to unveil the total standings as of current, as we are currently looking at the top 5 here, or all the way down to top 6. They are having that triple digit mark.
Oh man, Bama Gaming is pretty far ahead of Archangel Predator, and you can safely say that right now the only teams in contention are Bahamut Gaming, Archangel Predator, DK Esports, 24K Gaming, and yeah, these are the only 4 teams in contention. The rest are just going to be the X factor that disrupts, the final results. And we kind of saw this coming, right? These 4 teams, they have not moved from the top 4, and they are still within the top 4 right now. Just that the first place has been kind of shifted left and right a bit. It was DK Esports, then it was Archangel, then it was 24K Gaming, and now there's Bahamut Gaming. So it really shows how close the competition is. But this is just down to the top 4. I think the other teams are just there. They have nothing to lose. They can just play freely and just disrupt the possible winners. And it's going to be a great show coming in. We've gone through 5 long days of PUBG action, and it's kind of sad that we've reached this is the finishing line, but it's also exciting that we've be finally crowning our champions and our representatives to go into PCS 1.
That's right, and then of course, I really want to look forward to only the best team to make it in towards PCS. And of course, in this phase 2 of the C series, so far, so many things have gone over on the course of the group stages, all the way to these grand finals. I do see that some teams may not have that perfect shape coming in, but hey, they managed to salvage whatever sort of the problems that has came about and eventually made their way in towards this top 16. And so whoever who's currently in the top 16, of course, whether it's from the bottom to the top, they should be so proud of themselves for, of course, making a mark in the competitive scene. So, of course, we talk about the 4-way horse race. The 4th horse might just need to really double down on the run. I'm saying that it's not really impossible, but it's a tall order for now for the likes of 24K because of the 2 rounds that they sort of expended, which didn't really resulted too much. But we're seeing a little bit of that sort of dropping coming in from the WB as well as Rollins here in towards Monte Nivo. The rest of the other sections here looks to be very separate pathways for the likes of Arcade Predator or even for Gold Army Factory, who's currently inside of Picado. So we're about to see a little bit of a standoff right there inside of the southwest side.
Oh man, I think everyone is holding their breath for this one, and probably you can see that teams like teams that are below Yakuza right now, they really just can play freely. You know, in Chinese they say, you know, 放开, just let go of everything, nothing to lose, just go ham. You know, you want to go for fresh, you want to run people over with your cars, do whatever you want. You can team kill your teammates for the lows. You know, this is a free for all for them. But for the top 5, it's going to be a really gruesome battle for the first place. Yakuza, I say that there's a high chance that they're not gonna make it, unless, you know, they make a miracle run, like 20 frags in the chicken dinner. Then maybe yes. But with the boy Bamcop, it's gonna start things off by spraying onto Ronin PUBG. It's not gonna get the shots connected, but you can already see probably these players are also feeling a bit less pressure. They don't feel weight on their shoulders anymore.
That's right. I believe that they still should play for their honor of their country as well as their own dignity, for the very least. So they can have fun for sure, but trolling, not to troll too hard at the very least. So inside of Hacienda, it's gonna be Bahamut Gaming, the ones that are currently the cream of the crop. So we are finally seeing a little bit more of DK Esports. Only 2 points shy of Archangel Predator as well. So this is going to be a little bit of a interesting race between the two of them, other than Bahamut Gaming, of course, who is slightly comfortable, to say the least.
Yep. TZ came out as well. These are going for all this long shots that you probably is going to be, you know, those highlight reels if it lands as a Wasted Boys. Winning a pretty early departure as they're gonna go uphill into the combo. I believe that's where Ronin PUBG is at, or at least they're near. See if Wasted Boys can find something more up there. They are split up, and I think Wasted Boys is one of the teams that hardly splits up that far away from each other. But it's definitely not. It's definitely not clear that the area is not clear per se, with Ronin PUBG near the vicinity.
That's right. And Wasted Boys 2 being knocked. Still waiting for some saving grace. And the saving grace will be in the form of K-Bites. Ammon being dropped down to 58 HP. It's going to be Cheesy back there taking down Pendragon. You know, Pendragon yesterday, huge frags today. Is just pausing his gun for a little bit, but not really drawing out those bullets all too perfectly. As we are looking at K-Bites not being able to save one. But hey, Pendragon's still going to be up in the running. But they really got to be careful of the Ronins as they are already running after them.
Yeah, we kind of saw this coming when Wasted Boys decided to go uphill. Ronin PUBG were more prepared. But at least it wasn't Ross XD who got called out this time. But Wasted Boys will have to fight through Ronin PUBG. You can see without much resources, flashbangs are already being expended, and Ross XD taking some shots on Cheesy Kimbap. Pendragon and K-Bites they're running for the rotation, but this is going to be a really tough barrier to go through. But they're gonna try though. Eventually they have to go uphill, and they're gonna run to OGP.
Yeah, maybe OGP might just give them a little bit of leeway. And I like the fact that the moment you say, okay, Ross XD is not the first one to get caught out at the very least. But You know, the moment you mentioned his name, then a couple of bullets are being sent this way, and now he's in hiding once again. So, we're side of Nebu.
Whoa!
Gets one knock, gets another one perhaps, as he gets that takedown over side of the great Adi. But my, oh my, this is gonna be one Molotov being sent his way. He's gotta make a move.
What a spray from Nebu. He catches Sayuri. You can see that Seba also takes down one of it. He catches, not Sayuri, he catches out Ophion Gaming. Sayuri gets taken out by Seba, and long rotation from Nebu from behind the building. He has that nade. The toss it. Oops. Not the right angle. Never mind. Second attempt. This one's gonna be correct. It's actually gonna land behind. It's forcing OG to be out of position, but Cheetah will be sacrificed. And Nebu, he's still rotating. He's hiding behind a brick wall. And I think Rikta and the Great AD have no idea that he is hiding there. But Ophion Gaming, they're going to move downhill. So Nebu is not going to see anyone for now. He's checking his angle, but the only corner that he needs to look at is right in front of him. And they're going to miss Ophion Gaming, unfortunately.
Ophion Gaming still can hold on toward the fort. Maestro now pulling on the mid 14. Ooh, gets a little bit of that damage on that buggy. But not gonna be finding anyone dropping out of that. Pendragon is being pretty resilient. He's still setting up shop right there. While Maestro goes in for another attempt over boss couple members. Now, Maestro just trying to wind it up, but here comes Pocoyo though. Oh, what a spray!
Yeah, great kill onto Parkjak Bicep. And CJ and Wolf, Pocoyo and Pasha has been the two guys that also deserves a bit of special mention other than Haha Goose. I think he got enough of the spotlight. But Bosco Esports with a Parkjak Bicep stranded like that, it's pretty weird that he decided to run into the compound without any information or backup. But you can see that Wasted Boys, they are now taking a bit more control over that hill. Still trying to get past Ronin PUBG. And Pendragon will be in front this time with K-Bytes providing support from behind.
Of course, that's going to be pretty much enough of coverage. But I'm just liking the fact that Ronin PUBG is being extremely careful. Though, you know, they kind of have nothing to lose here. And they're still pretty much scattered apart. I think by this time, they've already lost sight of him. But, you know, back to the update of the circle, we're looking at something that was quite similar to the very first game that we saw today, where it's pretty much centralized towards the corners of St. Martin, and look at all these bullets flying across the map, as you can see towards the numerous colors. But oh my, Pocoyo, after getting into that survey spray, now he's switching up for that M24 to take on Maestro by the head.
Yeah, unlucky Maestro gets taken out down this early on, and Rikta's beat out. That frag lands onto first though. The great AD pushing right in, takes out Nebu. FTW, they have to take this fight. It's being forced by Ophion Gaming as he checks the corner. Great control from Ferns. Is able to find Sebo, who's trying to go on the offensive, but there's still more members of Ophion Gaming downstairs. So FTW, they have to be on their guard, but at least they were able to punish this maneuver from Ophion Gaming.
Ophion Gaming so far absolutely stomping it throughout the tournament. But you know, this time they're not really that lucky in their run. A little bit of flashbang being put out, and Sayuri gets blinded off. One kill towards the side of Recta. And FTW flushed out as we see Ophion Gaming. So far, they're the ones causing a lot of upsets to so many of these teams, especially to 24K. They really went into actually tilt them off the surface, and now 24K having difficulties to find a way back in towards the top of the podium like they did back in day number 2.
Yeah, and this is still not impossible for 24K, that's for sure. But it's a tall order, right? You more realistically is Batman Gaming, Arcade Predator, and DK only. But 24K still has a chance, just that it's slightly slimmer. But even though they have nothing to lose, Wasted Boys are taking this pretty seriously, and Pendragon will immediately get shot at by 2 members of Ronin PUBG. Let's go for a pretty wide rotation. Flashbang was thrown out, and you can hear the utilities going off. And Edmund will find Pendragon, and that's the end of him. They'll let him bleed out, and Edmund will lay in the final shots.
Now towards the side of Shinruji. Seems like Rossi is going to be the only one surviving for the side of Wasted Boys. M0 is going to be able to actually shoot down Hahagus. A very long-standing rivalry between ex-members of EAE as well as ex-member of Rated Esports. But here comes 524, and the rest of them are actually going for the frag. Oh no! It's slightly actually taking it out instead. As of now, 21 more HP. DreamsY are standing alongside with him. 24K needs to keep their dreams alive, but it seems like Slightly wants to actually end what they have started, the legacy being set. And of course, CGM Wolf now trying to set up shop. They're just by the corner, and this is going to be one nade being thrown right outside.
24K, they go in for a very risky push, and what a nade! It comes out! It's going to be DreamsY, but Maestro gets down as well. Slightly will be down, but 24K, they lost so many manpower. This push seems like it's not really working out for them. But CJ and Wolf, they still have survivors to help rest everyone, and I think they will be able to rescue everyone as well. Hahagu is going to be the first one. You can follow me with Pasha and IDD. This is just phase 2. There's no blue zone nearby. The bleed out time is pretty long, so I think for CGM Wolf, they don't lose anything at all. And 24K, they might have just botched that.
Definitely had nothing to lose, and unfortunately for 24K, they have finished their run in towards 4th place, unless if Yakuza could overtake them in this sort of game. Ross XD right now will be able to actually knock out Momaji. Whoa, that's a lot of range coverage coming from Skyco, as we can see that he's trying to zero the distance all the way up towards that corner of that hill, but it's way too difficult to hit that. It's like a 0.01%, but you know, just have to really calculate it well enough. The trajectory of the bullet drop going on the way, while Ronin so far already got themselves 3 kills much earlier on, but
right in the backside. And then that definitely hurt. Kima's gonna beat out. By the way, 24, they're gonna try. It's just phase 3. But 24K, their run ends here. Unfortunately, they have been eliminated. So now it's down to Bamut, DK Esports, and Archangel Predator. Things are getting more and more tense. The remaining 3 teams West, who have a chance of getting that first place, have all their members left alive. It's gonna be Mad Dog going for the spray. Going to final is Yakuza driving by. Mad Dog still trying. Yakuza with the members peeping out, trying to fire back, decides to not pull the trigger.
Back towards the side of Yehi. Commotion's not done yet for the likes of Bosco inside of Graveyard. Well, Raw 60 outside of the zone goes by 14 place, and of course thank you so much for participating in the PUBG C series, as we still have 13 more teams to duke it out in the very final run. So far, I hope you guys are still pretty much energized as we are in for this very final game here, as Bosco not really securing any sort of kills, but CGM Wolf, after taking out 24K, this is the moment here for them to actually put in even more of that numbers, and seems like Norman as well as Killa has been knocked off from different sort of teams across the map. But here comes Savior as well as Dami. Do get some damage out, but you know, it's still going to be taking a little bit more effort to finish them off.
Yeah, Archangel Predator, they can't afford to go up this early. Roulette will find a kill on the Cheesy Kimbap. As the Yakuza, that might be the X factor that determines whether a Archangel Predator can survive until the end. You can see that Killer is pretty low. Domination, Bama Gaming, highest total kills in the Grand Final so far with 102 kills, which is the only team with 100 plus kills so far. And deservingly, they are in the first place, 163 points in total. As long as they survive until the top 5, I think they have a really good chance of winning this out. You see the spray coming up from Bosco Esports. They are being challenged directly by CJ and Wolf. Vehicles to be taken out, but no casualties just yet.
Wow. Bahamut Gaming actually never moved away from Hacienda del Patron, and they are having the advantage of the circle. Luck's definitely in their favor, and maybe the PUBG god says, hey, I think I found my winner right here. But, well, too soon for the casters to say. Might just actually end up facing them. Well, Herman still going for the spray down against CGM Wolf. This battle seems to be a little bit more never-ending, as these taps will be connecting only towards the windshields and maybe the doors of the vehicles. And now, even more pressure coming from the lower side as CGM Wolf needs to drive by.
Yeah, and CGM Wolf are able to drive away, but they are still within the crosshairs of Bosco Esports. So Bosco is just going to try and do as much damage as they can to CGM Wolf before they get away. They're going to take out one of the vehicles, so that's going to be a straggler right out in the middle. Rita just get his head popped by Shogun on the other side. And so far, Archangel Predator, they are the only team that's been taking heavy fire, whereas Bahamut Gaming and DK Esports, they are still pretty much tucked in and avoiding much of this conflict, taking it pretty slow. As you can see, Archangel Predator, they're driving by KCS. Not really sure if he sees Archangel Predator though. CJ will be down by Nine Holy, and this is really bad. They're gonna come in. Oh no, Nine Holy take a killer as well. What is this? CJ goes down. Killer, he's bleeding out. This is gonna be confirmed by Slightly D. Archangel Predator, they are not ascending up the leaderboard. They're down to the last two members.
Now one nade straight in towards the side of Don as well. Perfect angles coming from inside of Zayahai. And Champ will get this one in. But my oh my, Archangel Predator now has to play with two men. And DK Esports, although they are having the same points, it seems like Archangel Predator, depleted by their numbers, they are going to suffer all too much. While Bahamut, of course, laughing their way into the bank if they do see two of these teams crash out.
Yeah, and if DK and AP go out, then we can confidently say that we already have our winner. But they're still in this game, at least for now, as Poké will be taken up by Night Holy, Shogun, the COG, so he's going to toss out their Molly, trying to barbecue one of those members. Dawn will be taken up by Grism as Shogun turns right out. Not able to confirm the kill just yet. Night Holy just taken up by Sly DD as Luminous will find Zaya High. The great AD will be eliminated by Shogun finally. Ophion Gaming will be taken out in 13th place.
Oh man, now gets that sort of the takedown as well, but now Best will be the next one to fall. As we are looking at Yakuza's here, taking out members of the side of next play. Bahamut is playing pretty much very, very defensively, because not only do they have the circle, they have the entire Hacienda del Patron on a lockdown for sure. So now, as it stands, DK Esports really have to farm those skills, and there's not many more people left alive. Roulette's going to be falling down as Christian's going to be able to actually take him off. Oh man, though, he can only watch as his teammates fall. Next Predator will eventually give themselves away to the blue. Well, Bahamut Gaming, I think this is actually looking really good, because 32 more players, it means that DK Esports really have to rack up more kills to even get anywhere nearby.
Yeah, DK Esports, they need to look for the frag as the army also surrenders himself to the blue zone. 11 teams left, and Bahamut Gaming is still sitting pretty strong at the top of the table. Night Argus also engaged in a bit of a gunfight. FFG, they are breeding right beside Carbon Gaming. Kaus gets down by Alina. This is going from bad to worse for Archangel Predator. It's only Mad Dog left alive, and he can't get close to his buddy. He's gonna put in, but he's to pop off from Alina, and Alina outguns Mad Dog and Archangel Predator. They're out.
Of course, Archangel Predator, very respectable run. Another sort of frag being thrown towards the side of Kitsui. Showing to be able to actually get Old Man and out. This is going to be some tight angles, but Aoki will get it through. CGM Wolf 10th place though, but Kitsui now locking in towards these eyes over on the staircase right now. They're not trying to flush out just yet. So Carbon Gaming, he might just actually walk up the stairs. A little bit of that sort of a flashbang coming in, and now he is being blinded off. Well, they check each one of these doors. He's holding on. He gets one. He gets two. Oh my goodness! One more HP, but he gets down on the ground.
Oh, that was too close for comfort, but he did confirm Namseal. So Carbon Gaming, they didn't take out that lone member of FFG without paying a price. So Stay still will win in FFG's boat, but see Georgie is pretty far out in the open. He might come across Darkus though. If he press a bit more forward, as Eliminus will find Yehi, Skarty. He will find the members of DK Esports be on the other side of that hill.
DK Esports finally making a couple of all these sort of the pushes already, but they are just by the edge. So this is going to be a lot tougher than they think. Carbon Gaming, after getting a couple of knocks true, they did flush out the culprit that's been inside for quite some time. Well, Yakuza only has Savior just loitering by the nearest player that's actually close to Bahamut Gaming.
I think Bahamut Gaming are pretty comfortable with their current position. You do have Yakuza near their compound, and like you said, the entire area is on lockdown. It feels like this is the palace for the winners, as they have secured the entire villa. Both making pop some tires, but Carbon Gaming trying to push right into the middle is pretty tough, and still the circle closes in favor of Bahamut Gaming. Hacienda the Patron. This might be our endgame battlefield. DK Esports, they are so close yet so far.
They did actually get 4 frags in, but looking at BMG, there's still some disparity in terms of all these points. Of course, there's still more fish to fry here for the side of FFG, as they did take down Georgie. They lose their main fragger, and now one more vehicle being burned out. DK Esports now facing even more issues as they are trying to claw their way through. And there is so much of that sort of the problem right in front of their eyes, because not only FFG is coming by, Bosco flanking from the back as well. This is looking pretty bad, and this is going to be Frody getting knocked out as well. So how are they going to play this one out? And oh, Bosco gets knocked out. So this is that fact that Limitless is definitely needed, and Bosco is now down 8th place.
Aoki trying to land a bit of his shots as well, but suddenly we're down to the last 7 teams to only 18 alive. And things are getting sweeter and sweeter for Bahamut Gaming. SFFG taking a run straight into Carbon Gaming. Shinryuji finds the shot onto Fruity, and that is the team that they need to take out. DK Esports, they're out.
Oh my, it seems to me that we do have pretty much a victor already crowned, but the show must go on. 6 more teams still left alive, and as we look in towards the side of Carbon Gaming, playing it all too well this time around. Now here comes the frags coming in from the side of FFG. 5 kills in the back, and now this is going to be a kill secured over the side of Isu. Darkus so far, 1 kill in the back. Kevlar this time doing a lot of heavy lifting as well. Over on the other corner, we still see Bahamut slowly taking this one. They don't, although they are having that sort of a big lead upon the teams that are still alive, they want to celebrate with a winner with a chicken dinner to really kick things off, to show who's boss coming in towards the continental rounds.
Yeah, and well, I hate to break it to people who are supporting other teams, but we clearly see a winner, and now it's just to see how far Bahamut Gaming is going to take this. FFG with 2 members left alive, just staring right across that desert. It's going to be Go Army Factory opposite them. They also have Champ as well. Bahamut Gaming, they can just sit tight and relax. Yakuza, the only low member still beside that entire villa, but now it's just a battle between the other teams. As Yoki is going to take a few shots from Go Army Factory. Discarte from the east side as well. It's going to open fire onto Darkus alongside Bofoy. A 3-way conflict, but they are just going to wait out this blue zone, and eventually these teams will have to be forced out into the open.
Carbon Gaming getting most of the advantages, while the rest of the teams have to actually find themselves at least walking in. FFG already locking their eyes over the heads of Carbon Gaming, as we are looking at before here, having a 1v1 against Darkus, while BMG has finally spotted out the lurking snake in the grass. Well, technically very little grass inside of Miramar, but this will be BMG trying to actually fend off against Savior, but hey, seems like Champ is already out 6th place. And FFG will be able to actually proceed while the Yakuza. Oh my goodness me! Carbon Gaming still holding on. Well, Descarte is going to be the only one left. He's really down low with not much to actually heal with. But now, 2 versus 1. This is a situation that they have to deal with as Ty Darkus here wants to actually push for information. Here comes the spray down though, going for the left side, and Carbon Gaming for place.
Yep, the push is just way too strong from FFG. Ty Darkus is left out to dry, so Bama Gaming, they're actually coming out of their villa. They're saying we're here to pick up the scraps. We want those KDA, we want those kills, we want those points. Argos going to fight Ty Darkus. Aoki also gets his head taken off. It might be just between Bahamut Gaming and Go Army Factory, this final standoff of this grand finals. Kevlar only has to cover the smoke to work with, so Shinryu-G will turn his attention onto KCS, and my boy will secure that. And Bahamut Gaming, all 4 members still alive. It seems like we're staring down the most dominant performance from Bahamut Gaming. They came in from the group stage strong. They had a little bit of dip in the middle, but after yesterday, I think Bahamut Gaming were just unstoppable.
Now Bahamut Gaming is now cleaning things up. With only very little players left alive, it's going to be Go Army Factory losing out KMF. Now here comes the spray down, and it will be FFG now going into first place, and this is going to be the crowning of a champion here. Alina holding on, and it will be winner, chicken dinner, going into the hands of Bahamut Gaming, your grand champions of the PUBG C series, the rest of Southeast Asia.
The best of Southeast Asia is crowned in the best possible ceremony. Chicken dinner, 10 kills with no casualties in the final round. Congratulations to Bahamut Gaming. They're going to fly the Philippine flag and represent at least among these 3 nations, Philippines, Singapore, and Malaysia, to PCS1, which is going to be happening in 2 weeks' time as well. And I must say, Bahamut Gaming, our eyes have been on them since the group stage qualifiers. They boost amazing stats. Shinryu-G and Mr. Chan has been on individual stats all over. Then came the group stage. Bahamut Gaming fragging out alongside 24K and Archangel Predator. Came the grand finals. Day 1 wasn't Bahamut Gaming's run. Day 2, you saw them rise up, and day 3, they finished off in the best way possible. This is just perfection from Bahamut Gaming. They deserve this win, and they deserve the trophy.
Absolutely well deserving, fit for a king right there, and I want to see Bahamut Gaming challenges all the rest of Asia here in the PCS Continental rounds. Of course, it's been a pleasure classing with you here, Husky, as we are, of course, calling in for a little bit of that breather before we actually tablet every single thing, and of course, have a great ceremonious run for our champions of the grand finals of the PUBG C series. Once again, thank you so much to PUBG Corporation, of course, Geek Events, KK Revolution, as well as Cost and Effect. Husky, my, what a way this one went down.
Yeah, we came to the end of this, but of course, you know, the king deserves a feast. It's going to happen after this. We will take a very short commercial break, and when we come back, we're going to celebrate the victors, Bahamut Gaming, and also tabulate the final stats of the PUBG C series. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
I'm going to die. With still having the main island having a little bit of control on there, a couple of these guys can make their way through, and find himself getting knocked from.
It's really interesting because, yeah, actually, like, the Team Liquid guys, super nice dudes. A grenade up to Haigwin. Haigwin, the hero, but right on top of him.
来看一下这边3名成员不比推进面对 Henry 的架枪，直接打第一支、第二支、第二支、第三支，连串漂亮。
He's gonna have to work his way forward. They're next to each other. He's actually just gone around him. Gaxi, turn around. He's behind you. They have no idea how close they are right now. Gaxi is a centimeter away, and inch by inch they walk forward in unison. Ghoststar just came out of the smoke. He has no idea that Ghoststar is still behind him. Both prone. Ghoststar's in the blue. Oh my god, he might go down.
See Ghoststar, but it's not quite enough. K-Man gets him down. K-Man goes for Fuzz. Fuzz forced to go down. He's going to stick to the spray. He's got no bullets left. Mini falls in. Oh!
そしてリラクシドリー特殊部隊サンシスターを沈めに参ります。ケンです下手投げグレネード一旦ここが出て当たってる2トップのダウン裏回って降りて外側2人目ダウン3人目いけるか3人目ああセーフ取れるか倒した
So many teams now piling up from the south. T-Bone. Oh my word, T-Bone's right next to him. He's gonna fly.
The car is gonna be coming right here, and we believe just waiting, and there we have it.
5시 지역, 서클의 5시 지역에 붙어있는 두 팀인데
위키드가 욕심이 좀 많아요. 봤어요. 인디고 맞고.
네.
Arena, I guess you would call it. Tagged up once, tags up two. Secure this entire side of the circle, finds the third, what a hell! Oversprayed. Dropped over the roof, it's gonna bounce up and over. Somehow no kill confirmed on that one either. They don't know about Iroh's position. They have no idea that there's one inside. That one's gonna bounce up and over and take him down. He's gonna have to hop off the roof. Vard is tagged up. Vard finds one more. Great shooting. Molotov's thrown forward now as well. Now they have to back off and run the hell out of here. Iroh finds one, and that's the third kill.
不要慌，当然还是得看后续。哦，这个起来了，被空寨了。
Imaju lijepu poziciju ovdje, Marv radi dosta damage-a, međutim neće on moći ovo vjerojatno preživjeti. Kako?
Molotov down as well. Spots one bus face. Takes one to the face, falls down immediately after 20 bullets left. Get this. Trying to stay alive, and don't Molotov yourself. But now he jumps off. Can't you say he runs out of healing, and he gets him. 2v. Flash straight on through. Full wide. I think Valias. Oopsie doopsie. There's a lot of flashbang. What? How much do you want to ruin his eye? Stop throwing flashbangs, guys! That's 7 flashbangs. They threw flashing Orange. Orange finds one. He's gonna go down and return, but it's one.
하니까 체력이 너무 없다. 바로 내려. 흰치.
숨은 쉬어야죠. 그쵸?
오시는 못 줘도 커피는 주고 싶네요.
케이치!
over the course of the previous week, all the way up leading to this weekend. And of course, we have finally summed up every single match of the PUBG C Series Grand Finals for the rest of Southeast Asia. My name is Aaron Contra-Chan. It's been a pleasure to class alongside with Husky. And of course, big shout out to PUBG Corporation's Geek Events, KK Revolution, as well as Cause and Effect for having us on board, and of course to host such a great run for all these competitive players that has been on board since the day one all the way up till now. So of course, Husky, you've been covering from the group stages and to slowly witness like all these victors of the group stage to duke it out in the grand finals, of course. And we've witnessed possibly some of the best PUBG games we've seen in months, I must say. And of course, you got a lot to tell to all these audience out there who's still with us. And thank you guys so much for still tuning in. And we still got some stuff to talk about here before, of course, we crown our grand champions.
Yeah, I mean, we started the announcement did came out for PUBG C series right after the PCS Charity Showdown for APAC. We had, I think, full slots, and from more than 60 teams, we narrowed it down to the top 24 who battled out in the group stage, and after that, we narrowed it down further to the top 16. I think throughout the group stage, I did mention, on the start of the first day of grand finals, you have teams like Ophion Gaming, Batman Gaming, DK Esports, Archangel Predator, 24K. You have to keep your eyes on these people. There were underdogs as well, like Champ and Ronin PUBG, who have been consistent throughout the group stage. Then we get to see, that how they evolved throughout the entirety of this grand finals. And Batman Gaming, they took a dive, they nosedove it in the first day. 24K and DK were able to perform well. Second day, it's Archangel's turn to take a dip, and 24K continue rising. Then you start to see, Ophion Gaming and Ronin PUBG, the notable teams that we gave a bit of credit, not able to make it through. Instead, they were replaced by Go Army Factory and 24K Gaming and the Yakuzas. But today, it was Batman Gaming that really triumphed over everyone else. So this is the result from that final round. Batman Gaming with just perfect, right? First place, 10 kills, 10 points, and of course the championship title. Go Army Factory, they came in second place with 14, but the rest of the stats, they don't really matter anymore, because the moment DK Esports got taken out by Batman Gaming, we already knew our victors.
That's pretty much true, but for those of you guys who might have not been all too caught up with the news just yet, of course, later on you guys can check out the overall standings as well. Sorry to spoil some surprises, but hey, we saw in the very last round where, one after another, like teams like 24K, who got demolished a couple rounds before, have their gas run out a little bit too early than they should, and eventually, of course, they bow out. And Archangel Predator, they were fighting for their lives, but they did settle for third placing right here, as now we crown our champions here, the grand champions of the PUBG C series. Will definitely be Bahamut Gaming with a total of 4 chicken dinners, and of course, breaking it through with 112 kills to take the top spot here as the kings of Southeast Asia between Malaysia as well as the Philippines, with a total of 183 points.
Yeah, this is not even close at this point. They had the most chicken dinner, 4 chicken dinners across 18 rounds. They had the most kills. The only team who had triple-digit kills is DK Esports, but we saw how DK Esports, they were on a downhill trajectory for the first half of today, which really set them back, because they were kicked down to, I think, 4th place. It slowly started to climb back off of 24K Gaming not being able to maintain a consistency, but it just wasn't enough. It was just way too late. And Archangel Predator as well, they had a great run. They even got, I believe, a chicken dinner, but that chicken dinner was probably the highlight that sums up Archangel Predator for the final day of the grand finals, because after that, it was just Bahamut Gaming all the way.
Definitely, and of course, winner, chicken dinner. And now let's crown our Grand Finals champion here, as this is Bahamut Gaming celebrating their victory here with Shinruji, Mr. Chan, Otgott, as well as my boy, to take the trophy home. And of course, they've got a whopping amount of cash now in their wallets, of course, to celebrate the top of the podium. But their journey does not end here. They will be heading in towards the Continental Series as well to duke it out with the rest of Asia to see who's the best of it all. So, Husky, man, who else is more deserving than this?
No one. I think we are looking at the best team right now, and despite the fact, Archangel Predator, we gave them probably the highest pedestal to stand on at the start of this PUBG series. When it comes to the moment to crown a king that triumphed over them, I think we also need to give Bahamut Gaming a bit of that credit. We have to transfer the crown, at least for now. And Mr. Chen and Shinryuji, these two guys did show up in the individual stats a lot. They were popping off in the group stage and even in the playoffs. But I also have to give huge commendation to Artgott and my boy. These two stepped up. And honestly, if these two were still lagging behind, they're the superstars of the team, I don't think that Bahamut Gaming would have made it this far.
That's right, and today they did secure 2 chicken dinners inside of Miramar itself, starting out really greatly, especially that round where they had the sector all cleared up and they just took everyone by storm, and the final one definitely fitting for a king in glorious ways that they have been able to secure yet another win. And of course, I really wonder what goes through the minds of our champion here and what exactly are like their favorite moments of the match so far. And I'm looking at players like, we talked about Mr. Chan so far, and Otgott today absolutely destroyed so many of all these players on the field. And of course, in a friendly way. I'm pretty sure that the PUBG community among the pro players, they're all pretty much friends outside of the field. But when a situation gets tense inside the game, there's nobody that you can call friends other than your own squad, right? Intact with you all the way to the very end.
Yeah, and well, Bahamut Gaming, I think they can take a while to celebrate this victory. They did secure. This is the step, for them to go further into the PUBG Continental Series, PCS 1, that's coming up pretty soon as well. So they have little time to take a break and relax. They have to get back into the groove of things pretty soon. But I guess that's it. 6 days of journey, it has finally come to an end. Congratulations to Bahamut Gaming for taking it all. And of course, a shout out to them and also to everyone that has made this happen. The production team behind the scenes, PUBG Corporation, thank you very much. K&K Revolution, Geek Events, Cause Effect for also being a part of this amazing chapter of the Southeast Asia PUBG scene. And yeah, production team sending some love. Thanks for witnessing the madness. Stay safe until next time. I'm Brian Husky Ng. Here's my best buddy Aaron Contra Chan. We're gonna sign off finally for one last time for the PUBG C series. Good night, and we'll leave you guys with the highlights. Goodbye.
Thank you so much for watching.
We can run away and leave this world behind. Please just take me home to our castle in the sky. Castle in the sky. Won't you take me So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you go? To let you go. So why is it so hard to let you So why is it so hard to let you go?